Chapter 50-35. Lian Feng, the alliance master of the Defeat You Immortal Alliance, was very ambitious. Du Peng even had ulterior motives. It had been almost 1,000 years since Du Peng met Zhang Jia in the Yilan continent, and since Xiao Hua waved the Prometha twice to send Xue Xue and helplessness into the dark side of the space. In the past 1,000 years, how many people of the Wuming mountain range had Du Peng sacrificed? Moreover, the Defeat Immortal Alliance finally gathered thousands of nascent soul and gold core disciples who were qualified to pass through the heaven and earth restriction formation. Du Peng also prepared carefully and added tens of thousands of humans who were possessed by the devil race. This was a total of 50,000 cultivators, plus the holy light angel Zhang Jia and the supreme master of the human race, Xiao Hua. At this moment, only Zhang Jia, Du Peng, Bai Fei, and the Silver Wolf clan had escaped. Xiao Hua, Jiyu, and Yi Yun's fate was unknown, and the rest of the human race, devil race, and monster race had been annihilated. The dangers of going to the Lost Lands were obvious. No wonder Long Shenxi, Old Man Gu Qiong, and the other Daoist sect sovereigns didn't dare to come and help even though they knew that Xiao Hua was the savior of the world. It was because they knew that entering the Lost Lands was equivalent to death. In fact, if it weren't for the devil race, Du Peng might not have come in person. Wasn't the ambitious Lian Feng the same? Bai Fei, who was doomed to die, was saved twice by the angel Zhang Jia in the Wuming mountain range. How could Xiao Hua, who had the fate of the human race as his meridians, be in trouble? The Shaman King token turned into a piece of blood, and an incomparable bloodline power soared into the sky, temporarily blocking Mount Meru. A small whirlpool suddenly appeared in the wave of blood that covered Xiao Hua. The whirlpool was pitch black, and it led straight to the bottom of the Sea of Bitterness. A netherworld energy that Xiao Hua was familiar with seeped out from this whirlpool. This netherworld energy was even stronger than the bloodline power from before, and it was like a large hand that grabbed Xiao Hua. With a woo sound, Xiao Hua was not allowed to struggle, and he was immediately dragged to the bottom of the Sea of Bitterness. What kind of power is this? Xiao Hua's heart moved as he cried out in disbelief. Could it be that there's really an ancient great god being suppressed under Mount Meru? Xiao Hua's figure descended like lightning. The situation of the Sea of Bitterness changed again. First, it was the surging of waves of blood, followed by layers of flames. Countless little ghosts and countless human figures of men and women appeared. The little ghosts pried open the human figures' mouths, clamped their tongues with iron pincers, and pulled them out forcefully. They did not pull them out all at once, but rather, they stretched them out and pulled them out slowly. After that, there was the sound of sharp blades. Countless little ghosts held strange torture instruments in their hands, and were cutting off the fingers of some men and women. 18 levels of hell? Xiao Hua was inexplicably startled. This Xiao, could it be that I still haven't escaped the suppression of Mount Meru and will be sent to the 18th layer of hell? After that, the miserable state of the hell of trees of steel, the hell of mirrors of retribution, the hell of steamers, the hell of bronze pillars, the hell of icebergs, and so on and so forth entered Xiao Hua's eyes, and the shrill cries of those men and women resounded incessantly. After an unknown period of time, with a loud boom, the netherworld energy enveloping Xiao Hua's body suddenly disappeared. The strange realm that was originally outside the path of power even pounced over like flowing light and shadow. Woo! After the strange whistling of the wind, an unbearable heat emerged from Xiao Hua's surroundings. Volcanoes that were shrouded in smoke appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes again. However, these volcanoes flickered with dark red flames. Amidst the loud boom boom boom, countless magma and gravel soared into the sky. They either smashed into various places in the space or rushed towards Xiao Hua's shaman body. Every gravel carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and every stream of magma seemed to be able to melt Xiao Hua. Volcanic hell? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the gravel rushing towards him. He did not resist at all, and said indifferently, since it's the volcanic hell of the 18 levels of hell, according to the records in the Buddhist scriptures, it should be the 16th layer of hell for those who commit crimes for personal gain, bribe, steal, rob, and commit arson. Let this little criminal be driven into the volcano to be burned alive and not die to be punished. Although this Shao is a Taoist cultivator, if this Shao breaks the precepts, I will also be driven into this volcano. However, the heavenly Tao is clear, who has seen this Shao break these precepts? Ha ha ha. After hearing a hearty laugh, the volcano, magma, and gravel all disappeared. An indomitable deity appeared. This deity had a human face and a dragon tail. This deity's face was square, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance looked very ordinary, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, a kind of incomparably amiable, incomparably upright, and incomparably benevolent feeling arose spontaneously. Looking at the deity's dragon tail again, it shone with a golden light. On the large dragon scales, there were innate dragon patterns that were completely different from those of the dragon clan. These dragon patterns gave birth to strange scenes in the golden light. It could be the Great Wasteland Continent, or the Wuming Mountain Range, or the Netherworld. After the deity appeared, it slowly shrank. As the deity's figure descended, the gray space nearby also shrank rapidly, as if this deity's existence was propping up the whole space. At this time, the deity laughed heartily again and said loudly. His voice was like a thunderclap that resounded in the whole space. Spiritual Master Shao is indeed Spiritual Master Shao. This king did not misjudge you back then. You really came. However, no matter how large or ordinary this deity's figure was, the suppressing force of Mount Meru that Xiao Hua was already familiar with still existed in the whole space. His many clones and many divine abilities were the same as before on the Sea of Bitterness. They could not be activated. Wu. Shaman King? Hearing the deity's words, Xiao Hua could not help but be surprised again. He looked at the deity that was still like a mountain in disbelief and shouted, "You! Aren't you in the Shaman King village of the Shaman God Ridge? How could you be suppressed under Mount Meru?" Ever since Xiao Hua received the Grand Magus token from the Huda Stronghold's Grand Magus, he had thought about how the Grand Magus King would look like. He thought the Grand Magus King might be a kind old man, or a young man who had regained his youth. He might even be a man with extraordinary talent like the Grand Magus of the 12 Magus strongholds in Meng Mountains. However, he had never thought that the Grand Magus King would look like a deity when he waved his hand, and he never thought that the Grand Magus King would be suppressed under Mount Meru. The Shaman King of the Shaman God Ridge is naturally me. The Shaman King answered with a smile. But that's my soul shadow. And the one being suppressed here is my shaman body. In order not to cause panic among the millions of people of Meng Mountains, I have never told them about this. Greetings, Shaman King. If that was the case, how could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? Hastily, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Shaman King, for saving my life." "Don't talk about saving my life." The Shaman King smiled and raised his arm. On his thick palm, there seemed to be a lot of calluses. A tremendous force came from under Xiao Hua's body, stopping him from expressing his gratitude. Then, the Shaman King said, "Let's not talk about the fact that this place is just a temporary shelter, and you haven't escaped yet. Let's talk about the seed you brought to my descendants several hundred years ago. Over the years, you have saved countless of my descendants. You are my benefactor." "You flatter me." Xiao Hua answered humbly. "Junior has saved the natives of Wuming Mountain Range, and I have also gained merits. This is an act of mutual benefit, and the Huda village has also given me many benefits. Junior doesn't dare to claim the credit." "Are you talking about Jianghu and Ziming?" The Shaman King smiled and said, "They are both good kids." "I know that." "Senior also knows Ziming?" Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy. He asked, "Is Ziming doing well?" "Of course she's doing well. If you want to see her, it's not too difficult." The Shaman King answered. Xiao Hua was startled and asked curiously, "Not difficult?" "Of course." The Shaman King nodded and said, "I have been suppressed here for who knows how many years. I am already tired of this feeling of being suppressed, so I am prepared to exhaust my soul power to send you out of this place." "Absolutely not." Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. "If you are no longer here, wouldn't there be no Shaman King in Wuming Mountain Range? Without the Shaman King, would Wuming Mountain Range still be Wuming Mountain Range? Junior came here today to discuss with Senior on how to help Senior get out of this predicament. Escape? The Shaman King's words were filled with helplessness, but his tone was calm. He replied, Daoist Shao, you have also seen Mount Meru in the place of suppression. The Buddhist kingdom abandoned the center of the 4 great continents, and directly suppressed me in Wuming Mountain Range with the 3,000 great worlds. Do you think that with your strength, you can save me? This. Xiao Hua was at a loss for words. He was actually too busy to take care of himself, so how could he save others? What's more, I'm the Shaman King. However, there were Shaman Kings before me, so there will naturally be Shaman Kings after me. A smile appeared on the Shaman King's face as he said, could it be that you think I've asked you to come here just to see you? Did I exhaust my soul power to let you pass through this place of suppression? Ah. Xiao Hua's face revealed an incredulous expression. He said in surprise, Sen. Senior actually wants to give the position of Shaman King to me? Yes. The Shaman King replied, if not, why would I exhaust my soul power to use the soul connection technique? If not, why would I give you the Shaman King token and let you come here? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, but Senior, I am a Daoist Mahayana realm, and I am about to ascend. Hee, isn't it just ascension? The Shaman King casually waved his hand and said, if you agree to be the Shaman King of Wuming Mountain Range and Million Mountain Range, I will let you stay in the mortal world for another 10,000 years. Forget it. Xiao Hua shook his head and said with a smile, Senior, there are other humans who are more suitable than me to be the Shaman King. Why do you have to find me? Are you talking about Ziming? The Shaman King frowned and said, she is a child with excellent aptitude, but unfortunately, she has a yin body, so she can't be the Shaman King of Wuming Mountain Range. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and... Chapter 50-36. When he spoke up to hear, the Shaman King's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Daoist Master Shao, I remember now. Ziming is deeply devoted to you, and you once charged into the Nether Blood Sea for her. How about this, let your son be the Shaman King? Ah. Xiao Hua was even more stunned. He looked at the Shaman King and shook his head. Senior, you're too imaginative. Not to mention that I can't see Ziming right now, and not to mention that I'm only close friends with Ziming, even if I'm in love with Ziming, will my son be able to take the position of Shaman King? After all, a son is a son, not me or Ziming. He can only inherit a part of me and Ziming. It's impossible for him to be a complete copy of us. The Shaman King looked pensive. He pinched his chin and said, Daoist Master Shao, this is the so-called human nature, right? Every human has it, but every human is different. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and nodded. Senior, you're right. This is also human nature. Senior, maybe you were born as a Shaman King and have been suppressed all this time, or maybe you have a strange ability, so you don't know about this, right? If that's the case, then I was wrong. The Shaman King frowned. But, Daoist Master Shao, can you explain to me what human nature is? Why will your son have human nature? This. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said, Confucian cultivators have said that human nature has both good and evil. Either good is the beginning, or evil is the beginning, or neither good nor evil. Of course, in life, whether human nature is good or evil, it may include self-interest. But people don't live only for self-interest. Otherwise, there won't be noble human nature. Human nature is divided into good and evil levels. Sacrificing oneself for others is great kindness. Benefiting others for oneself is good, harming others for oneself is evil, harming others for oneself is evil, harming others without benefiting oneself is great evil. In the name of others, doing self-interest is hypocritical. In the name of self-interest, doing self-interest is hypocritical. Xiao Hua talked a lot, but the Shaman King frowned more and more. Xiao Hua saw that he couldn't do it, so he said casually, "Of course, human nature is the foundation of human nature. But it's difficult to say what human nature is." However, when compared to the demon race and the demon race, it was clear. Let's first talk about the demon race. They feed on demon qi and live by devouring. They emphasize the law of the jungle and slaughter. This is their demonic nature. Next, we talk about the demon race. They feed on the stars and moon and live by fighting. There are emotions in human nature. What joy, anger, sorrow, joy, and sorrow. When Xiaohua's mouth became dry, the shaman king asked again, "Since human nature is so complicated, how can it appear out of thin air? Is it just the sexual intercourse between a man and a woman?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He looked at the shaman king in confusion, then pondered for a moment before replying, "Since there is a sky above and earth below in this world, and the human race is divided into men and women, then it's natural for men and women to have sex. There is a saying in the human race that yin cannot be born alone and yang cannot be born alone. Therefore, the heaven and earth are matched with yin and yang. When yin and yang are in harmony, that is the way to longevity. Furthermore, men have a rebellious nature while women have a submissive nature. For those who follow the will of heaven, men take women's submissive nature while women take men's rebellious nature. If men take a rebellious nature while women take a submissive nature, they will mess up the will of heaven, defy the laws of heaven, and invert yin and yang. However, this kind of sexual intercourse can also be done with beasts. Our human race has human nature, but we take its yin and yang, and we communicate with human nature." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his left and right hands, revealing Ji Yu and Yi Yun. He looked at Yi Yun and said, "This woman has a submissive nature, but her body has a different characteristic. Our human race calls it the absolute evil profound yin, or even the yin body. If through yin and yang intercourse, this extreme yin object can be drawn out, and it can increase a cultivator's cultivation. If it's purely drawn out, it's extremely sexual intercourse. If it's supplemented with human emotions, it's called yin and yang. Look at this man, he's called Ji Yu." Then, Xiaohua explained the emotional entanglement of Bai Fei, Ji Yu, and Yi Yun in detail. Finally, he said, "This is emotion, and it can also be considered a side of human nature. This old man is asking you how human nature is born." The shaman king was somewhat displeased. He frowned and said, "If you can't even answer such a small question, how can this old man be at ease handing over the position of shaman king to you?" Hearing this, the doubt on Xiaohua's face disappeared. He said with a smile, "Senior is wrong again. The birth of human nature is a great mystery of heaven and earth. With the human race's ability, they still can't solve it. Therefore, Junior also can't answer Senior. Moreover, Junior has never promised Senior that I will take over the position of Shaman King. Senior, please find another fated person, right? Daoist Master Shao, the birth of human nature, is actually so difficult?" The Shaman King shook his head in disbelief. However, his tone didn't have any doubts. Instead, it was cold as he asked, "This old man doesn't believe that you're deliberately hiding it?" "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly. His right hand protected Ji Yu and Yi Yun. He raised his left hand and pointed at the Shaman King, saying, "The weight of human nature is the foundation of our human race. However, the lightness of human nature is something that no human race has ever pursued. It's because everyone has human nature, although this human nature is different. If someone insists on tangling about what human nature is, then it's not to test whether or not he has the qualifications to be the Shaman King, but because he doesn't have human nature. Do you think this Xiao is right, Sir Formation Spirit? Damn it." Hearing this, the Shaman King's tone unconsciously changed. He actually cursed secretly. However, it didn't exceed Xiaohua's expectations. The Shaman King's face didn't have any expression like a smile. It was still abnormally calm. This was similar to the expression of Wen Chu, Daoist witch, and the other doppelgangers, as well as the Thunderbolt Immortal's expression now. Xiaohua was used to seeing the doppelganger's ruthlessness and inhumanity. Perhaps he suddenly didn't understand at first, but how could he not understand after that? As for human nature, Xiaohua could be considered to have painstakingly explained it. However, the origin of human nature. Xiaohua didn't dare to easily tell this formation spirit. After all, Daoist which devoured 10,000 souls, Huang Tong devoured 10,000 beasts, and Demon Venerable Shi also devoured 10,000 souls to become an independent entity. If this powerful formation spirit knew about this, who knows what kind of bloody storm it would create in Wuming Mountain Range. You actually saw through my true appearance? The Shaman King, who was actually the formation spirit, was a little surprised and asked, how did you see through it? Xiaohua touched his nose and laughed. It's very simple, you don't have human nature. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The formation spirit roared a few times and shouted, I don't know what human nature is, that's why I came to ask you. Actually, it's very simple. Xiaohua laughed, release the great array and leave by yourself. Wander the world of mortals and you can obtain human nature. I am the formation spirit, how can I leave the great array? The formation spirit said angrily, don't think that you can use this trick to deceive me just because you want to break the array and release death. I won't be fooled. Death? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, your Buddha kingdom's Mount Meru is suppressing death? Which great soul cultivator is this? Do you want to know? The formation spirit smiled faintly and raised his hand to point below him, saying, he's right below you. Xiaohua looked down and saw that below him, which he didn't pay attention to, was formed by layers of flames. The flames were like tassels dancing in the wind, looking very beautiful. However, Xiaohua understood that these flames were definitely not ordinary flames. Perhaps it was the red lotus karmic fire. As long as a cultivator was trapped in it, they wouldn't be able to escape. The 12 great soul cultivator gods are all famous people. This death, great god is naturally a character that the shaman in the Wuming Mountain Range who didn't know the inside story arbitrarily called. How can he be on the same level as the 12 great gods? Xiaohua smiled coldly and replied, this kind of character, even if his cultivation is through the heavens, this Xiao disdains to meet him. Ha! The formation spirit laughed loudly. Following his laughter, the Mount Meru pressure that Xiaohua was familiar with reappeared. The flames below him also turned into a sea of fire, gradually covering the space. Now that you're here, how can you not meet him just because you say so? I'm still waiting to see how human nature is born. As he spoke, the suppressive force fell like the sky collapsing, and Xiaohua fell into the sea of fire without any resistance. Xiaohua fell into the sea of fire, but the expected red lotus karmic fire did not come as expected. Instead, to Xiaohua's surprise, the sea of fire began to manifest. All kinds of sounds, fragrances, tastes, and tactile sensations came one after another. Not only that, the flames condensed again, and handsome men and beautiful women were born. Bursts of panting and moaning also crashed into Xiaohua's ears, and all kinds of sexual intercourse appeared around Xiaohua like light and shadow. 6 desires heaven? Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hurriedly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua closed his eyes, the situation of 6 desires heaven still clearly fell into his mind. Just as Xiaohua was lost in thought, he suddenly saw that Jiyu and Yiyun had broken free from the shackles of his right hand at some point and were already having sex not far away. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed in a low voice, knowing that this was the doing of the array spirit. Under Mount Meru, the array spirit was everything. Xiaohua did not hesitate and hurriedly swayed his body, habitually trying to fly away. To Xiaohua's surprise, his body flashed away from Jiyu and Yiyun, and he arrived at a place where the flames were slightly extinguished. However, before Xiaohua could speak, a woman with a curvy figure and bronze skin walked out naked from the side of the flames. Looking at her pretty face, wasn't she Zi Ming of Huda Stockade? Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong and thought that this was an illusion, but when he looked over, he saw clearly that this was the real Zi Ming, but she had taken off her clothes, so Xiaohua could not be sure for a while. Zi Ming? Xiaohua hurriedly looked into Zi Ming's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Unfortunately, Ziming's eyes were dull and expressionless. She only looked at Xiaohua blankly and did not answer Xiaohua's question. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. End of update. Thank you for your support. Don't say that you're not happy with it, just read slowly. Chapter 50-37. Damn it. Xiaohua immediately understood the meaning of the formation spirit. He cursed in a low voice and turned around, wanting to leave. Unfortunately, after seeing Ziming, it was already extremely difficult for him to leave. Xiaohua only felt that his entire body was firmly suppressed by the Mount Sumru. Although he had a supreme wizard body, he was unable to move at all. He could only watch as Ziming walked over. Even so what? Xiaohua secretly kept his Taoist heart clear. He wanted to emerge from the mud without being stained, but how could the matrix spirit let him do as he wished? How could the power of 6 desires heaven be resisted by a cultivator from the mortal realm who was being suppressed by Mount Sumru? Xiaohua felt his vision go dark, and his instincts had completely taken control of him. There was no need to mention the various details. Time stopped, and the spring breeze sneaked in. After an unknown period of time, Ziming's bronze body was covered in sweat. But the strange thing was, as the sweat formed, waves of the laws of heaven and earth rushed into Ziming's body. Xiaohua was a body of laws, and now he had achieved the supreme wizard body. Even if Ziming cultivated for another 10,000 or 100,000 years, he would definitely not be able to withstand such an impact. However, under the waves, a 9-colored glow appeared around Ziming's body. This glow became more and more intense. Not only did it cover Ziming's body, but it also blocked Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed. When the glow was dense, 4 light shadows appeared behind Ziming. These light shadows trembled and emitted strange ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the void was distorted. Gradually, the light shadows of Ziming's body trembled violently. 2 similar light shadows were born behind Ziming. An indescribable strange movement came from the distorted void. When the waves fell into Ziming's body, his bronze body immediately shrank and turned rose red, like a beautiful corolla. An extremely beautiful Jianghu appeared. However, just as Jianghu's figure appeared, it disappeared again, as if this humanoid body could not withstand the waves. The waves fell into Xiaohua's body with Jianghu. Rumble. Thousands of profound meanings surged wildly in Xiaohua's body like colorful streamers. Heaven and earth merged, and yin and yang were in harmony. This was the moment when the mysteries of the heavenly way were born. Boom! 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 As the profundities within Xiaohua's body blossomed, the space that was originally enveloped by flames began to rumble with the rumbling of thunder. Layer after layer of the laws of heaven and earth appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Xiaohua and Jianghu. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Waves of immortal qi that had been sealed by Mount Meru were released, and one after another, the lightning tribulation actually appeared at this moment. Damn it. The formation spirit's human-faced dragon-headed figure appeared in the sky. It was still as indomitable as before. However, the formation spirit looked at the lightning tribulation with a worried expression. Who did I offend? I just want to obtain humanity. Why is it so difficult? I've been an array spirit for so many years, but I just want to go out for a walk. Am I wrong? Just when there were some clues, my hope of achieving humanity fell on this Daoist Xiao. Why did the thunder tribulation come? Forget it, forget it. I might as well kill this Daoist Master Xiao. Senior. Jianghu's figure shyly said in the void, I hope Senior can resist Daoist Xiao's thunder tribulation. Otherwise, Senior's chance of achieving humanity will be gone. Little fox. Although the formation spirit said to kill, its dragon tail still swayed. A layer of sealing power temporarily blocked the thunder tribulation, but it didn't erase it. Instead, it looked at Jianghu and asked, Don't lie to this old man. Is your yin-yang discernment technique real? This Daoist Xiao is a human cultivator who is about to ascend to the immortal world. How could he let this old man obtain humanity? Wuxia didn't reveal her figure, but said softly, "Senior, you might not believe Junior's yin-yang discernment technique. But you should know the shaman clan's divine connection technique, right? The divine connection technique shows that if you want to obtain humanity, you have to start with this Daoist Shao, right? Even to the extent that Junior didn't hesitate to do it with Daoist Shao for you." In the eyes of the formation spirit, there was naturally no such thing as sexual intercourse. He frowned and said, "This old man feels that something is wrong. Is this the only way to obtain humanity? Is there any other way?" Wuxia was also dumbfounded. She asked curiously, "Didn't Daoist Shao just say that this is the way to obtain humanity? Don't tell me there's another way." "But," the formation spirit said coldly, "this old man didn't obtain any humanity. Therefore, this old man can't abide by the previous promise and let this Xiao Hua go. If I don't suppress this place, I will kill him." Gidge. Wuxia chuckled like a silver bell. "Senior, the heaven collapses and the earth destroys yin and yang. Just now, even Junior sensed the supreme heaven and earth's profound meaning. Don't tell me that you didn't sense it in this Buddhist formation space." The formation spirit was somewhat hesitant. "Humanity isn't formed in a day," Wuxia said with some emotion. "Even if a human child is born, it will take 10 months to conceive. Senior is a formation spirit born from heaven and earth. This process will probably take thousands of years. The profound meaning of heaven and earth just now is the primer for Senior to achieve humanity. Senior only needs to carefully comprehend it, and you can definitely achieve humanity and break away from the Buddhist formation." The formation spirit was silent for a long time. The accumulated lightning tribulation was getting thicker and thicker. Wuxia was somewhat anxious, but she still hid in the profound meaning and didn't show herself. After half an hour, the formation spirit suddenly stretched out his hand. Boom! The shadow of Mount Meru appeared and immediately destroyed the layers of lightning tribulation. The formation spirit's figure swayed and disappeared. A faint and emotionless voice floated in the air. "This old man will believe you for the time being. However, if this old man finds that something is wrong, you may be able to escape, but that guy will be out of luck." Gidge, "Senior, don't worry." Wuxia smiled and said, "Senior, it's not like you don't know about Junior's remarkable ability. Let's not talk about other things. Junior said that Daoist Shao will come soon. Isn't he already here? I hope you're right." The formation spirit's voice disappeared, but the suppressive force didn't weaken at all. The formation spirit left, but Xiao Hua didn't wake up. After a long time, Wuxia revealed her charming body from the void. She looked at Xiao Hua with tenderness in her eyes, then stretched out her flawless arms and hugged Xiao Hua tightly. Her lips were already on Xiao Hua's cheek as she muttered to herself, "Xiao Hua, this concubine really didn't expect that such a big change would happen today. This concubine only wanted to save you from the formation spirit's hands, but by accident. I got the promise you made to this concubine in the early years. In the early years, this concubine couldn't ask you for help. After all, your strength was too shallow. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Xiaoyu continent had started to change, and the human race's cultivation was getting increasingly difficult. Only my demon race could stand out in this change. In this concubine's opinion, after you've cultivated for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years and reached the supreme realm of the human race with my help, this concubine would have the nerve to ask you to help this concubine reach the five-tailed realm. This concubine also planned to give my Qingshu Mountains Corolla to you at that time. Then, this concubine would do what this concubine should do. But this concubine never thought that in just a few hundred years, not even 1,000 years, you would cultivate to the realm of ascension and fulfill this concubine's long-cherished wish, and even surpass this concubine's expectations. This concubine really doesn't know if I should be happy or regretful. After all, without your permission, this concubine has taken away Sister Hongxia's love. This is too sudden. Damn it. Venerable Wu, he must be hiding something. No wonder he said that a new shaman king of Meng Mountains would be born soon. I thought he was talking about you. Who knew? It was actually. At this point, Jiuxia's beautiful face revealed a heart-wrenching sadness. This sadness caused the entire space to lose its color. I understand now. Venerable Wu wasn't hiding anything. He didn't know what would happen either. He only knew that a new shaman king would be born soon, either Xiao Lang or someone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Ziming to come here at the same time, and he wouldn't have asked me to transform into Ziming's appearance. However, due to a freak combination of factors, how could Ziming's mortal body withstand Xiao Lang's shaman body? But how could a shaman king of Meng Mountains have the bloodline of Xianxia Mountain? Even if he did, he couldn't let others know. Ziming, oh Ziming, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. As she was speaking, Jiuxia transformed her graceful body into a gust of wind and escaped from Xiao Hua's body. Even though Jiuxia was a descendant of Xianxia Mountain's Yin Fox clan, she was still trembling while standing in midair. She looked at her own proud body, and with a sway of her body, a bronze-skinned Ziming was revealed. Jiuxia waved her hand again, and from the flame beneath her, Ziming walked out with a flushed face. This Ziming looked exactly like Jiuxia. However, Ziming's skin was fair, different from the millions of natives of Meng Mountains, while Jiuxia's skin was bronze-skinned. Ziming. Jiuxia said apologetically, I know that your friendship with Reverend Xiao is more than love, and you mostly treat him as a confidant. However, now that things have developed to this stage, it's already far beyond our expectations. I'm sure you already know how the next shaman king of Meng Mountains is going to be born. You won't let this shaman king have no roots, right? Somewhat bashfully, Ziming glanced at Xiao Hua and stuttered, I don't know what the shaman king told you, but I believe, for the future shaman king, you'll definitely sacrifice everything. Jiuxia's long eyelashes fluttered, and she said somewhat self-mockingly, actually, don't you think I've sacrificed more than you? Ziming pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly and said, I understand, you don't have to say anything else. Alright, then I'll leave this place to you. Jiuxia didn't beat around the bush, and replied, don't reveal any flaws. Xiao Hua has a peaceful temperament, but he hates it when others scheme against him, although we didn't scheme against him. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, save it, tip it, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5038. Hurry up and leave. Ziming's gaze became more and more determined as he urged. Jiuxia glanced at Ziming with jealousy in her eyes, but when she looked at Xiao Hua again, tenderness reappeared. Jiuxia couldn't help but walk to Xiao Hua's side and kiss him. She whispered, Xiao Hua, after this farewell, I'm afraid we won't meet again. I don't know if you will forget me when you reach the immortal world. After saying that, Jiuxia's resolute figure swayed, and the flame under her body disappeared. Ziming looked left and right, gritted his teeth and took off his strange clothes, revealing his snow-white body. Xiao Hua. How could Jiuxia just leave like this? She hid in the flame, looking at Ziming's painful and joyful expression, and then at Xiao Hua's slightly frowning brows. She said to herself, I don't know if you can notice my narrow-mindedness. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua woke up, and an indescribable regret arose from the bottom of his heart. It would be too heartless to say that the spring dream left no trace. Xiao Hua looked at Ziming, who was dressed neatly, but his body was trembling slightly as he knelt in front of him. I went to the wind and snow, and became the wind and snow man again. I patrolled the sky without a trace, and returned in the wind and snow night. The heroic poem was still ringing in his ears. It seemed that the Sky Patrol city was just yesterday, and the sacrificial night was just last night. A woman who could be his eternal confidant had become, what had she become? Xiao Hua couldn't think about it anymore. He didn't want to be the head of Huda village, nor did he want to be the head of Huda village, nor did he want to be the head of millions of Meng Mountains. However, fate made fools of people. For the so-called human nature, the damn formation spirit pushed him to an extremely awkward position. Ziming. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and ignored the formation spirit with a human face and a dragon tail not far away. He said with a smile on his face, "Get up, this is all my fault. You don't have to do this." "Young master." Ming's voice trembled with excitement, shyness, and fear. He said in a low voice, "Thank you for your generosity, young master. On behalf of millions of people in Meng Mountains, I thank you." This. Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed. Even though he didn't remember what had happened earlier, he was clearly aware of the changes in his shaman body. Ming slightly raised her head. Her face was flushed red like a lotus that had just emerged from the water. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Hua with both worship and love. Her tone changed to rebuke, "Young master, could it be that you regret it?" Sweat. Xiao Hua hurriedly waves his hand and says, "How could this Xiao regret it? It's just that things happen too suddenly. It's fine as long as you don't regret it." Ming smiled and said, "Sir, you don't need to worry about me. I know what I should do. Are you satisfied now?" Xiao Hua sneered and raised his head. He looked at the erased spirit with a human face and a dragon tail and asked, "Can you find the mystery of the birth of human nature?" Daoist Xiao. The erased spirit with a human face and a dragon tail had never spoken. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's rebuke, he replied with a smile on his face, "This old man is not the erased spirit of Mount Meru's Buddhist formation. This old man is the shaman king of millions of Meng Mountains." Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. His face revealed a look of disbelief. He stared at the erased spirit with a human face and a dragon tail. Of course, in just a moment, Xiao Hua saw the difference between the two. The erased spirit was naturally the erased spirit. Even though his tone pretended to be emotional, it sounded cold. But this shaman king with a human face and a dragon tail had a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with joy and excitement. He was not something that the inhumane erased spirit could compare to. "Senior." Xiao Hua looked at the shaman king with a bitter smile and says, "You have suffered." Xiao Hua had only said the word, suffering, but he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. He stole a glance at Ming, who was crawling over there, and hurriedly changed his words. Senior's divine connection technique is indeed formidable. The real shaman king had already turned into the same size as Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "When this old man used the God-connecting technique that day, I only knew that Senior was the savior of millions of Meng Mountains, and also our benefactor in the future. I also knew that some unexpected things would happen when Senior came to Wushan Ridge, but what happened today is also beyond my expectation. Senior, please call Junior Xiao Hua or Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua quickly replied, "Even though Junior has some strength, but with Ming here, how can Junior dare to call himself Senior? This old man will call you Daoist Xiao." The shaman king was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's modesty. He nodded and said with a smile. After confirming the shaman king's identity, Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and asked, "What the formation spirit said earlier, is it true?" The shaman king was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, "As the shaman king of millions of Meng Mountains, this old man has always been suppressed here. The formation spirit knows most of my matters, but the matters of the formation spirit, this old man doesn't know anything, so this old man doesn't know what the formation spirit said to Daoist." Xiao Hua understood and told the shaman king what the formation spirit said earlier. The shaman king nodded and said, "What the formation spirit said is correct. This old man's true body has always been under the Buddha formation. Wushan Ridge is just this old man's soul body, or called soul shadow." Then Junior has a few questions to ask Senior. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and asked. "Daoist, please ask." The shaman king said with a smile, "Now that you and I are family, there's nothing to hide." Xiao Hua's face was slightly red, and he turned to Ming and said, "Ming, get up. You being like this makes me uneasy." "Thank you, young master." Ming cheerfully got up, but Xiao Hua glanced at Ming and suddenly frowned. He opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated. He turned to look at the shaman king and said, "Senior, can the formation spirit hear what we're saying now? If he wants to know, he will definitely know." If he doesn't want to know, he won't know. The Shaman King replied, however, if Daoist doesn't want him to know, this old man can keep him from knowing for a short period of time. Oh, there's no need for that now. Xiaohua understood the Shaman King's meaning and nodded, asking, Senior, since things have happened beyond Senior's expectations, then, why is Ziming here so coincidentally? This is the place where Senior is suppressed by Mount Meru, not just anyone can enter, right? Senior, don't say that she coincidentally came to visit Senior. The Shaman King didn't care about Xiaohua's suspicions in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled and said, what Daoist said is right. Anyone who encounters such a strange thing will surely ask a few more questions. But, didn't the formation spirit say it before? This old man predicted that Daoist would come to my Wuxian Ridge, and that's why I brought the Shaman King's token to Daoist. As for why Ziming can come here, it's something that I've been racking my brains to do. This old man is already old, and I don't have much time left. The Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains hasn't appeared yet, so how can this old man rest assured? This old man used the divine connection art to predict that Ziming will encounter some opportunities in Wuxian Ridge, and there might be traces of the next Shaman King. That's why this old man ordered Ziming to come here 10 years ago. A few days ago, Ziming suddenly disappeared from this old man's side. Only then did this old man realize that the new Shaman King might be related to the formation spirit. A few days ago. Xiaohua blinked his eyes, feeling too ashamed to continue asking. However, he gritted his teeth and said, since this is a place controlled by the formation spirit, how can Ziming come and go freely? Daoist, there's something you don't know. The Shaman King explained, this Buddha formation is perfectly sealed on the other side of Million Meng Mountains, but there are some flaws on this side of Wuxian Ridge. That's why this old man can leave my soul in Wuxian Ridge. Furthermore, this Buddha formation has suppressed this old man for a long time, and the formation spirit only watches over this old man. As long as this old man doesn't leave the Buddha formation, he will turn a blind eye to the coming and going of other people. That means... Xiaohua suddenly felt a joy in his heart, and he quickly asked, this junior can also leave at any time? Of course. The Shaman King nodded affirmatively, but, when someone comes and goes, this old man will have to guide them. That's great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, if that's the case, this junior can rest assured. What? The Shaman King smiled and asked, Daoist, have you agreed to be the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains? Xiaohua asked curiously, since this junior has become the Shaman King, how can I leave this place? Then Daoist has agreed, to let Ziming's descendant be the Shaman King? The Shaman King took a step forward and asked. Xiaohua furrowed his brows, recalling his previous question. He hesitated for a moment and asked, speaking of which, this junior is a little surprised, why did Ziming? Hearing this, the Shaman King raised his hand and pointed at a dragon scale beside him. A dragon scale the size of a fist flew out, and on top of this dragon scale, there was a tiny 9-colored dot the size of a sesame seed. It shone like a bright star, and a rich life force rushed into the void from this 9-colored dot. The Shaman King glanced at this dragon scale kindly, and said with a smile, is this what Daoist is talking about? Xiaohua's expression turned cold, and he quickly raised his head. Sure enough, at this moment, there was some blood red appearing in the sky. It should be the Shaman King casting a spell to block the formation spirit's prying. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Xiaohua asked coldly. The Shaman King didn't answer, and instead pointed at the dragon scale again. The dragon scale landed on the dragon tail, and the blood red in the sky had already been torn apart by the powerful suppressive force. Nothing, this old man just has something to discuss with you. The Shaman King explained, however, this matter is the most important. After the discussion, this old man will send you away. Moreover, this matter came too suddenly, this old man also needs to think about it, and we'll talk about it at the end. What else do you have to say? Ask first. All right. Xiaohua looked around and asked, where is this place? Is it still the 16 layers of hell? Where is this place? This old man also doesn't know. The Shaman King shook his head, because this old man has never left this place. However, Daoist came down from above this space. If above is the 15th layer of hell, then this place is the 16th layer of hell. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, cast a monthly vote, cast a recommendation vote, collect a collection, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5039. That's not it. Xiaohua shook his head. Above us were the hell of tongue pulling, the hell of scissors, the hell of tree of iron, the hell of mirror of retribution, the hell of steamers, the hell of bronze pillars, the hell of iceberg, the hell of volcano, and so on. If I'm not wrong, this should be the 17th layer of the hell of stone grindstone. And below us is the 18th layer of the hell of knife saw. The shaman king pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, after I succeeded in the God-connecting technique, the first thing I wanted to know was how to break the suppression of this Buddhist formation. I obtained a subtle message from the God-connecting technique that the key to breaking the Buddhist formation is below me. If it's as Daoist said, then my God-connecting technique should be correct. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked down. Sure enough, numerous enormous millstone-like seals firmly confined the lower layer of the space. Layers of golden runes faintly emerged from the gaps between the millstone-like seals. Xiaohua couldn't release his soul awareness at the moment, so he didn't know how powerful these seals were. However, seeing that even the shaman king was helpless against them, he clearly understood that he was probably powerless as well. So Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, this matter, Junior really can't help." "Huh, Daoist, don't worry." The shaman king laughed and said, "This is my fate. I never thought of escaping from here, so you don't have to think too much about it." "If that's the case." Xiaohua thought and asked again. "Senior, do you know the origin of this Buddhist formation that's suppressing you?" "I don't know." The shaman king's answer was very straightforward. "The truth of this matter has already been drowned in the long flow of time, and I can't leave this place, so I can't go to the Meng Mountains to investigate carefully. How can I know the origin of this Buddhist formation?" "But..." Then, just as Xiaohua was disappointed, the shaman king changed the topic again. "From the bones and shaman canon in Wuxian Ridge, as well as chatting with the formation spirit." "What? You chatted with the formation spirit?" Xiaohua was flabbergasted and asked in disbelief. The shaman king smiled and said, "How could Daoist forget? Didn't you talk to the formation spirit just now? God knows how many years, there's only one formation spirit and me here. If we don't talk, who do we talk? What's more, the formation spirit keeps trying to find some kind of human nature. If he doesn't ask me, who else can he ask?" "Then Senior didn't trick him into letting you go?" Hearing about human nature, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. "Jinren, you're overthinking things." The shaman king laughed and said, "He is only an array spirit and not the person who set up the array. If the Buddhist array is not broken, how can I leave? The fact that he can tolerate my soul being in the Wuxian Ridge is already his greatest tolerance. That said, from what I know, this Buddhist formation is a heaven-reaching spell formation that contains the power of a kiliacosm of worlds from the Buddhist schools, as well as the weight of the sea of bitterness. It's not just suppressing me, it's suppressing the legacy of soul cultivators. Of course, the shaman king represents the legacy of millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. If you can suppress me, you can also suppress all soul cultivators. Because of this suppression, the legacy of my soul cultivation was lost. Time lapse is the name given to me by the previous shaman king. He wanted me to remember the humiliation of being a soul cultivator, and to find my inheritance through time." The smile on the shaman king's face slowly disappeared. "But to this day, I still haven't taken even half a step out of the Buddhist formation. I can't even see the slightest hope." Hearing this, Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he knew that everything was under the surveillance of the formation spirit. He couldn't reveal the slightest bit of information. Therefore, he shook his head slightly to express his sympathy. Since Senior doesn't know what the Buddhist formation that suppresses millions of Meng Mountains is, then does Senior know about the demon formation that separates the Dawn Rain continent from the other 3 continents? Xiaohua asked tentatively. The shaman king was startled and asked curiously, "What 3 continents? Apart from the Dawn Rain continent, there are 3 other continents? Or is there another continent called the 3 continents? If senior doesn't know, then it's fine." Xiao Hua was a little disappointed. He waved his hand and said, "Junior was just asking casually." Then, Xiao Hua pointed at Ji Yu and Yi Yun, who were lying in the distance and covered with clothes, and said, "How are they now?" "They are fine. It's just that they seem to be cultivating some kind of secret technique, so it's not good to disturb them. That's why I imprisoned them first." The shaman king said curiously, "But who are they? When Reverend fell, did they also fall?" They are 2 infatuated people." Xiao Hua briefly explained the cause of the matter. Hearing this, the shaman king sighed, and Zi Ming's eyes were filled with envy. But after a while, the shaman king's expression became tense again, and he said, "As Reverend said, these 2 Daoist cultivators are actually the disciples of the Defeat You Immortal Alliance at Wumeng Mountains. Many cultivators of the Defeat You Immortal Alliance have been possessed by the devil race. This time, there are even divinity separation cultivators coming over. This has a great impact on the Dawn Rain continent's Daoist sects. Senior doesn't seem to know much about the Yilin continent, right?" Xiao Hua asked tentatively. The shaman king nodded, and said, "I've only heard about the situation there from the formation spirit, so I don't know much about it. Moreover, I'm most interested in the Wumeng Mountains." Xiao Hua thought for a while, and roughly explained the situation of the Yilin continent and Wumeng Mountains. Finally, he said, "The Yilin continent is a place where Daoist sects flourish. Compared to the Yilin continent, the Dawn Rain continent is a lost land. But compared to the millions of Meng mountains, the Wumeng Mountains is also a lost land of soul cultivators." Unfortunately. The shaman king only said 2 words, and didn't say anything else. But Xiao Hua understood that the shaman king was regretting that his main body couldn't go to the Wumeng Mountains, and couldn't spread the soul cultivators' orthodoxy in the Wumeng Mountains. At this time, Zi Ming asked in a low voice, "Young master, did you cultivate your cultivation base on the Yilin continent?" "After I parted ways with young master at the Back Earth Stockade, I took over the management of the stockade. I didn't have time to ask about the worldly affairs. After I sorted out the affairs of the stockade, I heard about the outcome of the sword war, and young master, as a great contributor, was actually expelled by the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, what was even more inconceivable was that on the Dawn Rain continent, there was no more news about young master, as if young master had disappeared into thin air. It wasn't convenient for me to ask the Imperial Thunder sect, so I could only ask my trusted servant to ask Big Sister Hongxia." "Oh. What did she say?" Xiao Hua's heart moved, and the expression in his eyes became complicated as he asked. Zi Ming gave a rare sweet smile, and asked in return, "Young master, guess." Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and said, "My experience is quite bizarre. When I left the Dawn Rain continent, no one knew about it. Hongxia probably thought that I had met with misfortune long ago." Young master is wrong." Zi Ming pursed her lips and smiled. "Big sister Hongxia didn't give me a clear answer, but she did give me a gatha. This gatha made me feel slightly relieved." "Oh. What gatha?" Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. In this world, there were indeed people who had telepathy, but he didn't think that after being separated by the immortal formation, Fairy Hongxia could still have telepathy with him. "Only in the mortal world, the fate is shallow, I don't know where to go." Zi Ming seemed to have a deep impression of this gatha, so she casually recited it and smiled. "Although young master's whereabouts are uncertain, as long as you're alive, isn't this better than anything else?" But this concubine really didn't expect that after 1,000 years, this concubine would actually inadvertently meet young master again. When Xiao Hua heard this, he raised his head to look at the sky filled with flames, and said with a smile, "My privacy has already been seen by that fellow. Let's not talk about it today. When we reach the Huda stronghold, I will explain it to you in detail." Zi Ming of course knew what Xiao Hua was talking about, and her face unconsciously turned even redder. She lowered her head and said, "If young master is going to the Huda stronghold, you still need to inform Elder Wu first, so that he won't be caught off guard. Xiaohua's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. Just as he was about to explain, the Shaman King also frowned, and said in a low voice, Daoist, this matter still needs to be discussed at length. Wait for me to gather the funds first. Xiaohua helplessly smiled and said, Senior is thinking too much. Junior originally wanted to give Ziming a surprise, but since Junior going to the Huda stronghold will cause some misunderstanding, then I'll ask Elder Wu of the Huda stronghold to come out with the soul-falling lamp. Soul-falling lamp? The Shaman King was slightly stunned, and asked curiously, what do you want the soul-falling lamp for? On the other hand, Ziming's body suddenly shook, and her face turned pale. Her eyes looked at Xiaohua, and she said in disbelief, Young master, are you talking about Ziyi? Xiaohua nodded at her, and said with a smile, this is your biggest regret in this life. This Xiao can also be considered as compensation for you. However, this Xiao wants to ask, did you preserve Ziye's body well? Of course, it's in a secret place in the ancestral hall, Elder Wu knows. As Ziming spoke, her small hands were tightly clenched, and her knuckles were white. Her teeth were also tightly biting her lips, not daring to cry out in alarm, and not daring to let tears of joy flow down. She was not clear about what level Xiaohua's cultivation had reached, but she was naturally sensitive to Xiaohua's shaman body. She knew that Xiaohua was no longer the same as before, and 1,000 years of cultivation had already far exceeded her imagination. However, her imagination still did not surpass Xiaohua's strength. She did not dare to imagine what level Xiaohua's method of saving Ziyi was at in this world. However, Ziming clearly knew that this kind of divine ability, this kind of strength must be hidden from the formation spirit. If the formation spirit knew that Xiaohua had such a heaven-defying soul cultivation strength, it was likely that great waves would arise. Ziyi? The Shaman King obviously did not know who Ziyi was, and he was somewhat puzzled. Ziming gave him a look, and said with a smile, Shaman King, this is Junior's private matter. Later, Junior will explain in detail to Senior. That's good. Then this old man can rest assured. The Shaman King naturally felt somewhat guilty about the matter of sacrificing Ziming. Seeing that Ziyi and Xiaohua had a common secret, he also laughed out loud. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 50-40. Hearing Xiaohua's words and hearing the Shaman King's laughter, Ziming suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and lowered her head slightly. While sighing with emotion, she couldn't help but feel the sweetness in her heart, and her previous grievances gradually disappeared. To be able to do something for the future Shaman King of millions of Meng Mountains, and exchange it for Zai's resurrection, even if Ziming was asked to die right now, she would never hesitate. Moreover, what she lost was something she didn't want to lose, but what she lost was obtained by this person in front of her, and that was something she could accept. Ziming even secretly glanced at Xiaohua, as she had some extravagant hopes for the future. Although she knew that this was just an extravagant hope, a dream that was unlikely to come true. Ziming. After the Shaman King finished laughing, he said, Huda's stronghold is one of the few shaman strongholds in millions of Meng Mountains that are close to Dao's sect. Since your identity will be different in the future, the important task of connecting us soul cultivators and Dao's sect will fall on your shoulders. Yes, Junior understands. Ziming's heart trembled, and she answered respectfully. Then, she looked at Xiaohua and said, but this matter is too important. If young master can take on this responsibility, it will be even better. I think with young master's strength, when you return to Dao's sect, you will definitely be one of the best. Giving orders for this matter will be as easy as turning over your hand. Xiaohua frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, Ziming, don't worry about this. Although I don't have much time, I will tell my disciples about this matter. Your disciples? Ziming was puzzled, and asked curiously, wasn't young master expelled by thunder-controlling sect? Why do you still have disciples? The Shaman King was even more puzzled, and asked, Reverend, you don't have much time. What do you mean? After the Shaman King finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. He sucked in a cold breath and cried out in disbelief, "Senior, could it be?" Hearing the Shaman King call Xiaohua "Senior" again, Ziming was puzzled. But suddenly, she realized that this senior referred to the senior who had ascended, and was different from the senior who referred to shaman physique. Immediately, the previous joy and extravagant hope disappeared like flowing water, and a huge regret was born. Good moments are always short. Ziming couldn't help but think to herself. Senior. Xiaohua smiled modestly and replied, "The path of Tao is uncertain, and no one knows the end. This junior was only lucky enough to take a few more steps, so I don't deserve to be called a senior. On the other hand, senior, you have never stepped out of this seal in your entire life, and yet you have racked your brains to come up with a plan for the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. This is far beyond what this junior can achieve. If you call this junior senior, don't you think you are neglecting the essentials and focusing on the trifles?" Alas. The Shaman King sighed and said, "Although I can't take half a step, I've seen countless heroes, but which one of them is as humble as Daoist? If he didn't have a solid foundation, a strong defense, confidence, and breadth of mind, how could he be so magnanimous? If Zhenren's cultivation is not successful, then who can achieve great success? Senior, please don't flatter me." Xiaohua said with a smile, "The more Junior cultivates, the more I understand the vastness of the world, and the more fearful I feel in my heart. I cultivate even more nervously, and even if I want to be bossy and domineering, I can't. I already knew that young master could reach this stage when I saw young master in the Sky Patrol City." Ziming also sighed with emotion, "But I didn't expect this day to come so soon." "Oh, Ziming." Xiaohua turned to Ziming and said, "This Zhao's sect is called the Fortune Gate. In the future, this Xiao will send the Fortune Gate's sect master to contact you." Fortune Gate? Ziming was stunned, and looked at Xiaohua from head to toe, and asked curiously, "Didn't young master just return to Meng Mountains? How did you know that there is a Fortune Gate on the Dawn Rain mainland that worships Daoist Xiao?" "Ah." Xiaohua was also stunned, and asked curiously, "There is also a Fortune Gate on the Dawn Rain mainland?" Speaking of me, Xiaohua immediately thought of Zhong Haoran, Fei Yunshu, Zhong Zhan, Qin Ji, and Zhong Pei. If there was no accident, this Fortune Gate that worships Daoist Xiao was established by them. Xiaohua didn't expect that Zhong Haoran, who was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, would be able to do such a big thing. "Yes." Ziming nodded, and said, "Of course there is a Fortune Gate on the Dawn Rain mainland, but this Fortune Gate is different from ordinary sects, and is not a real sect. It can be considered an alliance. It appeared about 40 years after young master went missing, and now it can be considered to have developed for several hundred years, and has some scale." "Oh. What do you mean?" Xiaohua originally thought that it was Zhong Haoran who established the Fortune Gate, but when he heard Ziming's words, it seemed to be different from what he thought. He asked curiously, "Why is the Fortune Gate an alliance?" It can't be considered an alliance, because there is no such thing as an alliance leader, and there are no common interests between them." Ziming explained, "However, these sects all worship young master, and treat Daoist Xiao as their own sect master." Ziming naturally knew a lot about Xiaohua, and was about to slowly explain when the Shaman King beside him coughed twice, and said, "It won't be too late to talk about these things after you return. Daoist Xiao, this old man doesn't have much time left, and now is the time when the formation spirit's monitoring is relatively weak. This old man should discuss the most important matter with you first, okay?" While speaking, the Shaman King opened his mouth, and a mouthful of dark green blood essence spurted out. Along with the Shaman King's chanting, green seal characters that weren't much bigger than ants appeared in midair. Different from the Tao Gate's incantation, the green seal characters didn't fall into the blood essence, but the blood essence suddenly exploded, and turned into a blood net that covered the green seal characters. The Shaman King's chanting didn't just resound in the ears, but in Xiaohua's soul. Naturally, following the rhythm, layers of blood runes appeared above everyone's heads. They were like fish that avoided the suppressive force that filled the space. They turned into blood clouds that blocked the sky that looked like it was made of fire. Xiaohua slightly frowned, because he already sensed that the Shaman King's blood traces contained soul power, and the formation of the green seal characters also affected the Shaman King's lifespan. Looks like. Xiaohua looked at the Shaman King's human face and dragon tail, and thought to himself, the Shaman King's body is still not a true shaman body, and still can't use the true green seal characters. Daoist. The Shaman King looked at the blood cloud somewhat cautiously, and didn't say anything, but instead transmitted his voice. This matter is of great importance. This old man doesn't dare to be careless. Why don't you try transmitting your voice? The transmission the Shaman King spoke of was naturally the transmission of soul techniques. Xiaohua urged his weak soul power and replied, of course, I don't know what Senior wants to discuss with Junior. Naturally, it's the next Shaman King. The Shaman King smiled slightly, and a trace of hope appeared in his eyes. His expression became increasingly calm, as if he already had a plan. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the Shaman King. Staring at the Shaman King's eyes, he asked word by word, Senior, although Senior has already explained it earlier, it wasn't particularly detailed. Junior still doesn't understand, the birth of the Shaman King, what does it have to do with me? The Shaman King wasn't surprised, and he didn't avoid Xiaohua's questioning gaze. His expression remained the same, and his smile didn't change. He replied, speaking of this matter, this old man has to explain to Daoist the origin of the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains, as well as the birth of the Shaman King. At this moment, Xiaohua couldn't use any special divine ability, so he could only rely on observing the Shaman King's body language to determine the truth of the matter. He also knew that the Shaman King had lived for an unknown number of years, just like the elders of the Dragon Island. If the Shaman King wanted to conceal some of the truth from him, even if Xiaohua stared at him without blinking, he might not be able to see anything. However, he still stared at the Shaman King, because there was always a trace of guilt towards Zimming in the bottom of his heart. Seeing Xiaohua didn't ask any questions, and instead stared at him, the Shaman King sighed in his heart. The matter this time was too unimaginable. Not to mention Xiaohua, the person involved, even he, as a bystander, felt it was inconceivable. Therefore, the Shaman King followed the plan he had carefully pondered a moment ago, and told Xiaohua everything he had to conceal, and everything he had to say. Daoist, I believe you've also seen my current appearance. This is actually not my true body, but the body of the Shaman King. In other words, no matter when Daoist comes to the Shaman King village of Shaman God Ridge, the Shaman Kings you see will always be like this. This body doesn't look like one of the 12 great gods. Speaking of which, it might be the 13th great god of soul cultivators who has never been clear. But as for who this 13th great god is, even I, and even the previous Shaman Kings, don't know. Before being suppressed, how the Shaman Kings were found, and how they were selected, I don't know. Those are already ancient secrets that have long been discarded in the long river of time. There's no meaning in investigating them now. But I know clearly how the Shaman Kings were produced after being suppressed by the Buddhist formation. This is the most important task I have to complete after assuming the responsibility of being a Shaman King. It is also the core of my soul cultivation inheritance. Similarly, it is also the humiliation of us soul cultivators who have to endure humiliation and drag out an ignoble existence. After each generation of Shaman Kings takes the position, the first thing they have to practice is the God-connecting technique. Of course, because each generation of Shaman Kings is carefully selected and born with witchcraft luck, although this God-connecting technique is the supreme soul cultivation technique of my soul cultivators, each generation of Shaman Kings can successfully practice it. The only difference is the length of time. The God-connecting technique is different from ordinary soul cultivation techniques. The purpose of practicing the God-connecting technique is not for the Shaman King himself, but for the new generation of Shaman Kings. Once the God-connecting technique is successfully practiced, the first God-connecting technique of the Shaman King must be used to find the traces of the new Shaman King. I believe Daoist also knows that the God-connecting technique might not necessarily succeed, and the information obtained might not be true. But, as long as the God-connecting technique is successfully practiced for the first time, the information obtained will definitely be true. This is also the reason why the shaman kings of Meng Mountains attach great importance to the first God-connecting technique. P.S. To all the fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, or tip it. Thank you, League Master only smoking half a cigarette from Nanjing. This chapter will be updated for you. Also, thank you to all the fellow Daoists who supported the third place. Chapter 5041. According to this old man's Magus father, the previous Magus king, when he first used the divine connection spell, he already knew that this old man was going to be born in the northwest of the Magus king's stronghold. Thus, before this old man was born, he had already sent the Magi of the Magus king's stronghold to patrol the northwest, searching every inch of land for traces of this old man. When they found this old man's tracks, they didn't waste any time and sent me here within 100 days. Of course, this old man has never left this place since then. Xiao Hua furrowed his brows. He looked at the golden dragon scales on the shaman king's waist and asked curiously, then, what about the first time Senior performed the god-linking technique? When I performed the god-linking technique for the first time, I received two completely different messages. The shaman king seemed to be recalling something, but he said in a hurry. One was that the new shaman king was going to be born in Shaman King's stronghold, and the other message was that the new shaman king was not going to be born in Meng Mountains. At that time, I was struck dumb, as these two messages were obviously different. That was why I thought my god-linking technique had failed. After all, the shaman king was blessed by the 12 gods, and it was rare for him to fail in his god-linking technique. However, when I performed the god-linking technique for the first time, and for the sake of finding a new shaman king, I failed miserably. That really made me disheartened. What happened after that? Xiao Hua asked with great interest. To tell you the truth, Reverend. The shaman king answered, after that, I didn't dare to use the god-linking technique to find a new shaman king. Instead, I used it in other places. When my god-linking technique had reached a certain level, and I was able to successfully judge most of the ordinary things, only then did I perform it for the second time. The second time I performed it was a success, and it showed that the new shaman king of Meng Mountains would be born in the vicinity of Huda's stronghold. Only then did I let out a sigh of relief. However, when the shaman king appeared, I still couldn't see it. Could it be? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then blurted out, Senior only got the real time after this junior appeared? The shaman king gave Xiao Hua a meaningful glance, nodded, and said, what Daoist said is right. That day, the reason I unleashed the divine connection technique was for the sake of the lives of millions of people in Meng Mountains. But, I could sense that Reverend is in Huda's stronghold, and that he is destined to be a soul cultivator. Therefore, I asked Genji to return at top speed and hand the Grand Magus King's medallion to Reverend. I hope Reverend will have a chance to visit Magus King's stronghold, so I can thank Reverend in person. But after Genji left, Wu Grandmasters of Zhu Wu village also left. I suddenly thought of the new Magus King who would appear in Huda village in the future, so I performed the god-connecting magic again. Senior, I'm afraid it's not good for your shaman body to continuously use the god-connecting technique. Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. Sigh, indeed. The shaman king lowered his head to look at his shaman body and said helplessly, logically speaking, this shaman body of mine was born from the shaman body and possesses the karmic luck of a soul cultivator. But after being suppressed for so many years, I actually sensed a decline. Shaman body is shaman body, and soul body is soul body. The primordial shaman arts have been lost, so it would be strange if Senior's shaman body didn't decline. Xiao Hua said, then raised his head to look at the sky. Is this the plan of the Buddhist kingdom? Perhaps the next shaman king won't live for so long. Speaking of the next shaman king, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He could ignore the previous shaman king, and he could also ignore the current shaman king, but the future shaman king was his descendant. So, Xiao Hua couldn't ignore it anymore. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua had a feeling that he had boarded a pirate ship. Hee, Daoist, let's get back to the topic. The shaman king was afraid that if he said too much, it would arouse Xiao Hua's disgust, so he quickly changed the topic and said, when I performed the god-connecting magic for the second time for the new shaman king, I suddenly realized that the new Shaman King would be born within 1,000 years. And the location was actually back to Wuxia Ridge. This time, I was both surprised and happy, and I hurriedly made all the preparations to welcome the new Shaman King. However, 100 years ago, my soul body issued an order in the Shaman King's stronghold, and half of the Shaman Kings were in the vicinity of Wuxia Ridge looking for traces of the new Shaman King. The Shaman King continued, of course, 100 years was a bit too early, but the Shaman Kings didn't find any useful information. Moreover, this information was extremely contradictory with the earlier information from Huda's stronghold, so I doubted that this information was correct. Then, 10 years ago, I performed the God-connecting magic again, and I actually discovered that the birth of the new Shaman King was imminent. But the location changed again, and it was actually near the space suppression. Moreover, Huda's stronghold also faintly appeared. I suddenly understood that the birth of the new Shaman King was different from the ordinary Shaman Kings, and he should have been born long ago, and he might even be a person with great magical powers. His location was not confirmed, and this person might be related to Huda's stronghold. Therefore, I hurriedly searched for the soul warriors of Huda's stronghold, and asked the shaman elders and G-man of Huda's stronghold to come to Wuxia Ridge. When I met Jianji and Zi Ming, I discovered that G-man of Huda's stronghold had been changed long ago, and I asked Jianji for a long time, but I didn't find anything. Jianji had important matters to attend to in Wuxia Ridge, so I left Zi Ming alone in Wuxia Ridge. However, a few years ago, I sensed something again, so I negotiated with the array spirit and sent Zi Ming into this space suppression, and he stayed there until today. When you arrived at the Buddhist formation, the Shaman King's token was activated by you, and I was also very surprised. Because the Shaman King's token can't be activated so easily, and I sensed it through the Buddhist formation. I suddenly thought of the new Shaman King, and I thought that you were the new Shaman King, so I immediately activated my soul power to bring you down from the sea of bitterness. But when I was halfway there, I was stopped by the array spirit with the Buddhist formation. And after a brief moment, Zi Ming disappeared as well. When you and Zi Ming reappeared, I finally understood that if you weren't the new Shaman King, then you and Zi Ming's offspring would be the new Shaman King. In other words, when I first used the God conjuring technique, I was half right. Since my God conjuring technique wasn't completely wrong, then, why is the new Shaman King not born in Million Meng Mountains? Before you woke up, I hurriedly used the God conjuring technique again, and I finally realized that my God conjuring technique wasn't wrong. The new Shaman King is really not born in Million Meng Mountains, and not even in Dawn Rain Continent. Ah. Xiao Hua was startled, and he blurted out, if it's not born here, then where? Is this the reason why you took out the newborn from Zi Ming's body? That's right. The Shaman King nodded his head solemnly, still transmitting his voice, that's right. I've thought it through. All the generations of Shaman Kings of Million Meng Mountains have been suppressed in this Buddhist formation, and they have never left this place. It's not only the sorrow of life, but also the sorrow of soul cultivators. If we don't change, and let the Buddhist formation suppress us generation after generation, the inheritance of Million Meng Mountains will definitely be destroyed. Therefore, I must not let the new Shaman King be born in this Buddhist formation. Of course, I didn't think too much about where the new Shaman King would be born, but since you came from Yilin continent, I thought, if possible, I'll use my soul cultivation secret technique, and let the Shaman King be born in Yilin continent. This is also the reason why I asked you about the situation in Yilin continent. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed in a low voice, if that's the case, just let me take Zi Ming away. Does Reverend have the confidence to take Zi Ming away under the protection of the formation spirit? The Shaman King smiled faintly, not angered by Xiao Hua's cursing. Isn't it possible now? Xiao Hua frowned. But after leaving this place, can Zi Ming give birth to a new Shaman King from Million Meng Mountains? The Shaman King asked again. Xiao Hua was speechless. When I'm looking for the next Shaman King, I didn't hide it from the formation spirit. However, this formation spirit has no humanity, and doesn't know that it has indirectly contributed to the birth of the Shaman King. But the formation spirit knows that the new Shaman King has already appeared, and it won't let Zi Ming, who is pregnant with the Shaman King, leave this place. The Shaman King explained, only by taking the new Shaman King out of Ziming's body will Ziming be able to leave this place. Otherwise, Ziming can only leave after the new Shaman King is pregnant for 10 months. Xiaohua suddenly felt powerless. He was already a human Mahayana cultivator with 10th grade elemental energy, and could even ascend to immortality at any time. It seemed like his fate was in his hands, but in reality, how much could he do? Facing so many strong people in the world, he was still an ant. Even if it was an inhumane formation spirit, he didn't have any power to resist. Because the formation spirit relied on Mount Meru, and the 3,000 great worlds, it was the power of the Buddhist nation, the will of the Buddhist nation. Even if one of his clones was already the Maitreya Buddha. Looking at the dragon scale on the waist of the Shaman King, Xiaohua clearly knew that the new Shaman King was inside the dragon scale, and that was his son. Although the appearance of this son was a beautiful mistake, it was still his son. A new life, a new hope, a new beginning. But, facing this new life, he definitely didn't have the ability to decide his future. Whether it was in the hands of the Shaman King, or under the suppression of the formation spirit, he couldn't even do anything for his future. Becoming the Shaman King was his destiny, and bearing the inheritance of millions of Meng Mountains was also his destiny. It was as if before he was even born, an extremely difficult path had already appeared in front of him. The hope of millions of people in Meng Mountains and Wuming Mountain Range was already on his shoulders. Xiaohua's mouth was filled with bitterness. After a while, Xiaohua asked faintly, if that's the case, what else does Senior want to discuss with me? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Chapter 5042. Reverend is the source of the new Shaman King's bloodline. Although I don't know why the Shaman God arranged this, but... The Shaman King said earnestly, since it's already like this, I can't not tell Reverend clearly. This is the arrangement of fate's hands, and I need Reverend's consent. I hope Reverend won't have any resentment in your heart. Speaking of resentment, it's not that bad. Xiaohua shook his head and said, but it's impossible for me to not think about it. As Senior said, since it's already like this, and the million Meng Mountains really need a new Shaman King, then I can only agree. All right. Hearing this, the Shaman King bowed and said, I thank Reverend on behalf of the 12 great gods and the million people of Meng Mountains. The Shaman King was an unknown great god, so how could Xiaohua dare to let the Shaman King bow? He quickly returned the bow and said, I don't dare. I also understand soul cultivation. This is something I should sacrifice. The Shaman King stood up, looked up in a panic and said, after saying so much, it's finally time to discuss with Reverend. Oh. What do you need me to do? Xiaohua was a bit stunned, because the Shaman King didn't send him a voice transmission, but spoke in front of Ziming. Senior, please say it. Ziming obviously knew that the Shaman King was discussing something important with Xiaohua. Previously, he only lowered his head, but now, after hearing the Shaman King's words, he raised his head and looked at the Shaman King blankly. He. The Shaman King looked at Xiaohua, then looked at Ziming and said kindly, as a father and mother, I naturally have to give my child a name. Ziming jumped, his face flushed red. Xiaohua was also a bit awkward. He thought for a while and asked, is it a pet name or a shaman name? Reverend actually knows a shaman name? The Shaman King was a bit stunned. Xiaohua nodded, I still know a lot. Senior will understand in the future. Oh. The Shaman King was stunned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, I originally wanted you to give him a pet name, but since Reverend said so, then let's just give him a shaman name. Xiaohua seemed to already have a plan. He said seriously, Senior's life is sorrowful. Since birth, you were suppressed, you got the shaman name Wei, which means time flies. Meanwhile, the new Shaman King would push aside the sun and the moon to see a new life, and create a vast world. Thus, it could be said to be bright. The word light also implies that the soul cultivator's legacy is withered and disorderly, but when the shackles are broken, the path of soul cultivator will be bright and broad. Great! The shaman king was overjoyed when he heard that. He clapped his hands and said, Jinren, this shaman name is excellent. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. The next shaman king will be named Ming. Thank you for the name, young master. Zi Ming was also overjoyed. After all, there was a Ming in her name. Xiaohua naming her like this was to commemorate Zi Ming. Zi Ming originally didn't care about her sacrifice, but now she was even more grateful. The shaman king did not wait for Zi Ming to finish speaking and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to urge him, Spiritual Master, do you have any other instructions? Or is there anything else you want to leave for the new shaman king? Can I? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Aren't you sending him into reincarnation? The shaman king didn't have time to explain and only transmitted his voice, you can stay here or in the Huda stronghold. However, following him into reincarnation has a different meaning. After all, it can be counted as a keepsake. As for whether the things you leave behind can follow him, I don't know. I just want to remind Spiritual Master that you have this choice. There were countless treasures in Xiaohua's space. He wished he could leave everything to his descendants. Unfortunately, the space couldn't be opened now. Xiaohua had nothing on him except for the magic treasures he prepared for himself. However, Xiaohua still reached into his bosom and pulled out 2 items. One was a milky white jade bottle without any writing on it. Xiaohua glanced at it and knew that it was some spirit awakening fluid. It was refined by him in the hidden immortal continent for the descendants of the Zheng family in Fancheng County of Shuzhou's Fengxiang country. It might have been inadvertently taken out of the space when he was refining his magic treasure. However, since it was inadvertent, Xiaohua's heart was moved again. He looked at the jade bottle meaningfully and raised his hand to urge his soul power to write the word, Xiao, on the bottom of the jade bottle. This word seemed simple, but every stroke was formed by a green seal character. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand it. The other thing in Xiaohua's hand was a spirit storage bag. It was the winged sky strange beast that Xiaohua obtained in the auction house in Tong Lake City. That day, he was in a hurry and under the watchful eyes of everyone. Xiaohua took the spirit storage bag and put it in his chest, ignoring it. Xiaohua looked at these 2 things and didn't hesitate. He immediately handed them to the shaman king and said, this junior doesn't have anything else on him. I'm afraid I only have these 2 things. I don't know if they are suitable. The shaman king asked about the origin of the 2 things and said with a bitter smile, this old man just wants a keepsake or something like that. If this pill elixir and soul beast goes through reincarnation, I'm afraid there will be some changes. Then forget it. Xiaohua heard and hurriedly withdrew his hand. The shaman king was the same as Xiaohua. His heart was moved and he reached out to take the 2 things. He said with a smile, since Spiritual Master doesn't have anything else on him, you can still take these 2 things out. Maybe there is some meaning behind it. Then this old man will clearly thank Spiritual Master. As he spoke, the shaman king put the pill elixir and the spirit storage bag into the dragon scale. He then looked up and said, there isn't much time left. This old man will send you out now. You can wait outside for a day. If Zi Ming doesn't go out, then you don't have to wait anymore. Why? Xiaohua was anxious and couldn't help but blurt out. This question was extremely stupid, but in Zi Ming's ears, it was abnormally sweet. Zi Ming got up and walked in front of Xiaohua. He stared at Xiaohua for a moment, then opened his arms and hugged Xiaohua willingly. He whispered in his ear, forever. Forever. Xiaohua's heart ached. He knew what Zi Ming meant by these 2 words. Moreover, he also understood that Zi Ming probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this space of suppression. After Zi Ming let go of Xiaohua, the shaman king looked at the flame that had already appeared above his head and said in a low voice, this old man will send you to the foothills of the Huda stronghold. You, just wait there. Senior. Xiaohua looked at Zi Ming's satisfied expression and hurriedly asked the shaman king, can this junior come here again in the future? If you want to, you can go to the Shaman King's stronghold to find this old man's soul body. The Shaman King was also very satisfied with Xiao Hua's affection and righteousness. He smiled and said, when Daoist sees the soul body, this old man will know. Of course, if the new Shaman King is really a Shaman King, then the new Shaman King has already inherited the luck of my soul cultivator. As the source of the bloodline, Daoist should also be able to sense the existence of this space. If the formation spirit doesn't stop you, you should be able to directly come here. Okay, this junior understands. Xiao Hua nodded solemnly and said word by word, if this junior comes again, I will definitely give senior a pleasant surprise. This old man has never been so surprised in this life. The Shaman King smiled and said, I hope Daoist's next surprise will be even greater than today's. Of course, senior, please rest assured. Xiao Hua didn't dare to say anything about the soul cultivator's inheritance under the suppression of the Buddhist formation. He only said vaguely, senior can send this junior out now. As he spoke, Xiao Hua walked to the side with large strides and grabbed Ji Yu and Yi Yun in each hand. Okay. The Shaman King also didn't dare to be negligent. He agreed and opened his mouth again, spitting out another mouthful of blood essence. Just like before, the green seal text was activated and a several feet long dark green crack was strangely torn open in the void. At this moment, wang wang. A rumbling sound descended from the sky. More than 10 balls of flame transformed into the image of the ferocious Buddhist protector and also fell into the void crack. The entire void crack trembled and slowly shrank. Hee, this old man wants to send Daoist Xiao out. Could it be that you want to stop me? The Shaman King asked with a smile. Sure, what the hell were you doing just now? The formation spirit's voice sounded exactly the same as the Shaman King's, almost indistinguishable. The Shaman King smiled and said, nothing. I was thinking of giving a name to my newly born human nature. Oh, right, don't you know? Everyone in my human race has a name. For example, I am called Sher. You don't seem to have a name yet? Do you want me to give you a name? Oh. What do you think is a good name for me? Obviously, the formation spirit was attracted by the name. Although the suppressing force didn't decrease, the dozens of balls of flame had disappeared, and the void crack had stabilized. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. Carrying a man and a woman whose body was constantly rippling, he stepped into the void crack with steady steps. When the suppressing force of the formation spirit disappeared, he didn't hesitate to activate the art of going south, going north, teleporting toward millions of Meng mountains. This was the flying colorful phoenix that broke the jade cage, the flood dragon that broke the golden lock, and the suppression of Mount Sumeru. Even if he met the formation spirit again in millions of Meng mountains, Xiao Hua had absolute confidence that he could beat it black and blue, and teach it how to write the word human nature. Going south, going north? The Shaman King naturally paid attention to Xiao Hua's departure. When he saw Xiao Hua using the art of going south, going north, going south, going north, he couldn't help but cry out in his mind, as if he understood Xiao Hua's vague reminder. The Shaman King casually said a few more words to the formation spirit. After making up a few names that the formation spirit was extremely dissatisfied with, he smiled and said, the man has left, so the woman should leave as well, right? Let this old man send this girl away, then I'll think of a good name for you. No. The figure of the formation spirit appeared from the flame, looking exactly the same as the Shaman King. It shook its head and said, if the new Shaman King doesn't appear, none of you can leave? Strange. The Shaman King said in disbelief, this matter has nothing to do with this girl, why don't you let her go? Oh, didn't you let that girl go earlier? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, bookmark, tip, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 50-43. There was no expression on the erased spirit's face, but it was somewhat surprised. It asked, that girl has nothing to do with the new Shaman King. Why don't you let her go? The Shaman King was flustered and exasperated. But this girl has nothing to do with the new Shaman King. How can it have nothing to do with her? The erased spirit was even more confused. If it has nothing to do with her, then why did you let her wait here for 10 years? Who is the new Shaman King? Why don't I know? The Shaman King rolled his eyes and asked curiously. Humph. The erased spirit sneered. It looked at the Shaman King's waist and said, I don't know anything else, but the new Shaman King has appeared. This matter. I know it better than anyone. He was born to be suppressed by me. The Shaman King was helpless. He knew the erased spirit very well, and at the same time, he knew that he couldn't be compared to Jiu Xia's glib tongue. Jiu Xia could persuade the erased spirit to let her go, but he couldn't. However, he was prepared for the worst-case scenario. He argued with the erased spirit for a full hour before looking at Ziming apologetically. Child, I've wronged you. Ziming smiled sweetly and said, Shaman King, what are you saying? Previously, I didn't know and thought that you were in the Shaman King stronghold. Only when I came here did I understand that you have been suppressed here for the sake of my soul cultivation inheritance. The grievances you have suffered. I can't even compare to 1/10,000th of it. Besides, since I have to bear an undeserved reputation, how can I not pay some price? That's good. The Shaman King nodded. He looked at the direction of the space where the Huda stronghold was and said in a low voice, if you don't go out, Daoist Xiao, it'll be easier to deal with him. Ziming's face was slightly red, but there was some regret in her eyes. She knew that if she didn't go back, Xiaohua might not mention the new Shaman King to the Shaman Elder. However, if she didn't hear Xiaohua admit it in front of the Shaman Elder, she was somewhat unwilling in her heart. A woman's heart, as strong as the Shaman King, still couldn't completely understand it. After arguing for a long time, the erased spirit seemed to be tired. Its figure flashed and disappeared. It was unknown whether it was pondering human nature or pondering a new name. The Shaman King also seemed to be tired. He stood there like a statue and didn't move for half a day. Ziming had already stayed in this space for 10 years, so he was naturally familiar with it. He circulated his soul force and quietly cultivated. Time passed slowly. It was unknown when the Shaman King woke up. That dragon tail began to slightly sway at the bottom of the space. Strands of dim light rose like ripples on the millstone seal. Ziming opened her eyes and sensed strands of the aura of the nether blood sea. She was a little surprised, but she didn't ask anything. She took a few glances and closed her eyes again. Ziming had originally thought that the Shaman King was planning something and had casually swung his dragon tail. But who would have thought that this casual action of the Shaman King would go on for 10 whole days? Seeing that the aura of the nether blood sea was getting thicker and thicker, even the formation spirit revealed itself. Looking at the whirlpool that was already dozens of feet in size, it asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "What?" Venerable Wu rolled his eyes at formation spirit and said coldly, "I want to see how you intercepted my Sorcerer King token that day. Logically speaking, the nether energy of my soul cultivation is thicker than the aura of the sea of bitterness of the Buddhist kingdom. How could it be intercepted by you?" "Ha." Formation spirit laughed. "The nether blood sea of millions of Meng mountains was suppressed by my sea of bitterness. How could your Sorcerer King token surpass the 18 levels of hell? You'd better not think blindly." "No." Venerable Wu shook his head firmly. "I must find a way to restrain the sea of bitterness." TSK. Formation spirit curled its lips and said, "How dare you call yourself an old man in front of me? I don't know how much older I am than you." Venerable Wu glared at formation spirit and didn't say anything else. His dragon tail was still swinging, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if he was really thinking hard. "Boring." Formation spirit looked at Venerable Wu and muttered, then said to Ziming, "Ziming, what do you think my name should be?" Ziming thought for a moment, then said seriously, "All names are given by their parents. If you want a name, you can ask your parents." "Why are you asking me?" "Parents?" Formation spirit was stunned and asked curiously, "Who are my parents?" "I don't know." "Even you don't know, how could I know?" Ziming asked again. Then she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Of course, if you want me to help you, let me out first. I'll go to millions of Meng mountains to help you find, Tisk, do you think I'm stupid? Formation Spirit sneered, you can't leave until you see the new Sorcerer King. It doesn't matter. Ziming shrugged and said, my parents know I'm here anyway. I'll go back and find them later. Where are my parents? Formation Spirit seemed to be crying, but the expression on her face was still as cold as ice. As he shouted, the array spirit disappeared again. He was afraid that he had really gone to find his parents. The Shaman King raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, the golden dragon scale on his waist silently fell into the whirlpool. Seeing the dragon scale fall, the Shaman King spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence into it and activated the green seal text again. Buzz buzz. A strange sound was heard. Gradually, pitch-black lotus petals that looked like netherworld lotuses appeared out of thin air. Death, what are you doing? Formation Spirit suddenly appeared and looked at the black lotus petals in disbelief. She exclaimed, You actually interfered with reincarnation. Don't you want to live anymore? Not good. The new Sorcerer King. Boom. Amidst the flames, a layer of the sea of bitterness fell from the sky and smashed onto the petals of the nether lotus. Whoosh. Rays of Buddhist light that were like wheels appeared. Within the Buddhist light, dragon scales were revealed, and the 9 layers of brilliance within the dragon scales were also revealed. Layers of vitality were covered by the Buddhist light, damn it. Seeing this, the Shaman King couldn't help but curse. The strange green light around his body condensed into a huge green seal script. This green seal script let out an obscure sound, and a huge hurricane-like force was generated out of nowhere. The moment this force appeared, the entire sealed space shook. The space was folded into thousands of layers, and each layer revealed the light shadows of the 12 great gods. Each layer revealed the endless Wuming mountain range. However, before this force could land on the Buddha's light, the shadow of Mount Sumeru appeared with a boom. And fell down as if it was real. Wherever it went, the space was flattened, the light and shadow were shattered, and the endless mountain range was also cut off. Roar. Seeing that he was about to fail, the Sorcerer King roared unwillingly. Woo! A strange whistling sound of wind came from the flat space. Amidst the twisting light and shadow, a tall and sturdy, extraordinarily handsome young man stepped out of the light and shadow. As soon as this young man appeared, the Shaman King's body expanded with a boom, as if he was splitting the sky and splitting the earth. He directly opened up the space. Even Mount Meru was lifted up. The roar of heaven and earth was loud, swish. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, a blood shadow covered in dark green heavenly patterns flew out from the human-faced dragon tail and entered the young man's body. Rumbling sounds of thunder emerged from the young man's body, and then he turned into a light shadow and rushed into the rotating wheel. Sure, what are you doing? The spirit of the array shouted angrily. This is human nature. The young man turned his head slightly. His eyebrows revealed unparalleled tenacity. His thin lips opened and said, This is something you will never understand in this lifetime. Along with this voice, boom. The young man's soul shattered and turned into thousands of ripple-like soul strands. These soul strands tore apart the wheel condensed from Buddha's light and blocked the previous vortex. The thousands of soul strands were like boiling water, extremely tumbling. Everything happened in a flash. Ziming didn't have any reaction at all. Under the huge force, she was even pushed to the edge of the space. However, this didn't stop her from staring at the tumbling soul strands. Over there, Ziming's familiar aura of hooded god was rapidly fading away. The Sorcerer King's heroic voice came from inside, Haha, this old man understands. The new Sorcerer King Ming was indeed born here. But, he wasn't born here, nor was he born in Xiaoyu continent. Even more so, he won't be born in Yilan continent. As for where he transmigrated into a human body, that will depend on the grace of hooded god. Looks like, this old man didn't make a mistake when he used the divine connection technique for the first time. Damn it. The array spirit was actually angry and shouted, "Whether you're wrong or not, this old man doesn't know. What this old man knows is that your soul has been scattered, and you can't even reincarnate. I'm willing." The Sorcerer King's voice became smaller and smaller, and the soul strands became fewer and fewer. Looking at the human-faced dragon tail that propped up Mount Meru, it had now turned into an indomitable god statue, and could no longer move. However, the Sorcerer King's voice still lingered around this god statue. "Only when you know how to give up can you understand human nature. Spirit, you may not understand." After saying that, the Sorcerer King's soul turned into the last wisp of soul power and tore apart the Buddhist sect's reincarnation power. The soul cultivator's nether lotus petals slowly closed, and the dragon scales with 9 colors also disappeared without a trace. Alas! The array spirit looked a little lonely as it stood there. It looked at the nether blood sea that was slowly disappearing, and then looked at the deity statue with a human face and a dragon tail that did not have any breath. It sighed, "Is this human nature? Why don't I understand?" Along with this voice, the array spirit's figure slowly disappeared. I can go now, right?" Ziming held back his sadness and hurriedly shouted out. Unfortunately, the array spirit didn't care about Ziming at all, as if it was reminiscing about the past, and also as if it felt that Ziming's words weren't worth it at all. Ziming's voice seemed to resound in the empty cave, and didn't disperse for a long time. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5044. Xiaohua had just escaped from the sealed space of Mount Meru. As soon as he sensed the aura of the millions of Meng mountains, he immediately rushed out of the space with the art of going south, going north. Before he could fly out of the teleportation tunnel, he immediately unleashed the sword gourd. Daoist Witch, Thunder Immortal, Feng Wu, and the other clones were also summoned out of his body. Damn it! As soon as Daoist Witch and the others came out of their bodies, they immediately knew what had happened to Xiaohua. They were all filled with righteous indignation. They stood in the air and unleashed their divine abilities, preparing to attack the formation spirit. Unfortunately, whether it was Xiaohua's divine sense, Daoist Witch's soul sense, or Feng Wu's divine sense, none of them could sense the location of the sealed space. What welcomed them was the rumbling sound of thunder high up in the sky. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer tolerate Xiaohua staying in the mortal world again and again, and began to urge him. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly. While controlling his immortal energy to stabilize the immortal talisman, he also used the secret technique of Qingqiu Mountain to desperately suppress his realm. Fortunately, when he used both methods simultaneously, the thunder gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Xiaohua took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice, "Dawn Rain Mainland, I'm back." In an instant, all kinds of memories, thoughts rushed into Xiaohua's mind like 10,000 galloping horses. Xiaohua had never thought that he would be so excited when he returned to Dawn Rain Mainland. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua finally calmed down. Huang Tong whispered, "Fellow Daoist, the current plan is to prioritize the billions of lives in the 3 continents. Let's go and break the formation." "What formation?" Thunder Immortal asked curiously. "We don't even know if the formation core of the immortal formation is heaven, earth, and human. How do we break the formation?" "That's right." Daoist Witch also frowned and said, "Fellow Daoist, your 5 elements wishful staff is not complete yet. Buddha Maitreya, the world's sovereign, Reverend Yun, and Celestial seem to have the power to attack. If the 3 peaks are not the formation core, won't we be dumbfounded? I think it's better to take the long view." Xiaohua nodded and replied, "Fellow Daoists, you're all right. Back when we were in the Wuming Mountain Range, I had already made up my mind. Fellow Daoist Feng Wu, you will go to the Tai Ching sect in Meng Kingdom and search for the heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. You will see if there are any traces of immortal formations on the peaks. Fellow Daoist Lei, take the Kunlun mirror to the netherworld and retrieve the metal earth magnetic field. I's blood essence has been nourished in the metal-earth magnetic field for hundreds of years. With your power, you will definitely be able to retrieve it. I am not sure if the Kunlun mirror can contain the metal and earth magnetism. If it doesn't work, you can just turn back. As for I and the other fellow Daoists, we will wait here for Zimming, and then plan our next move. Yes. Feng Wu and Daoist Lightning agreed when they heard this, and then they executed their respective spatial movement techniques and tore space apart with the intention of flying away. However, Feng Wu had just torn space apart when she instantly felt something was off, and she withdrew her demon body from the space before crying out with shock. Fellow Daoist, the spatial laws of Daybreak Continent are slightly strange. It can't be. Xiao Hua's heart sank as he looked at Huang Tong. Of course, Huang Tong already knew the difference in space from Feng Wu's comprehension, but Huang Tong still personally waved her claws, and her entire body sank into the space to take a look. At the same time, Xiao Hua also released his divine sense. As expected, Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly when his divine sense only extended for tens of thousands of miles. Within 100 miles, 1,000 miles, or even 10,000 miles, his divine sense was normal, but after 50,000 miles, the space actually folded. His divine sense seemed to be able to explore beyond 50,000 miles, but in reality, his divine sense had already been distorted by the folded space, and could not reach beyond 50,000 miles. If not for Xiao Hua's body condensed from the laws, it would not have been easy to discover. Damn it. When Xiao Hua discovered it, Huang Tong also flew out from the space, and cursed softly. This Daybreak Continent is indeed the so-called Lost Land. The spatial laws are different from Yilan Continent and the other 3 continents, and there is actually a spatial fault. Daoist Witch frowned. That's not right. Daybreak Continent is a part of Yilan Continent, and Yilan Continent and the other 3 continents have the same laws of heaven and earth. How can there be a spatial fault here? Xiao Hua looked towards the east and said thoughtfully, if I'm not wrong, it should be because Daybreak Continent is the closest place to the Immortal Array, and the Immortal Array affected the laws of heaven and earth. If Daybreak Continent is like this, then it must be even more so in QC. There are even more spatial faults there. But it's fine. Huang Tong stopped in midair, and smiled. Within the fault, we can still use our spatial escape techniques, but every time we reach the border of the fault, we have to stop and escape from the void, and use ordinary flying techniques or teleportation techniques to cross the fault, and then use our spatial escape techniques again. So troublesome. Lightning Sage said unhappily. I was still thinking that we could reach Mingxi in a moment. Now we have to waste a lot of time. The spatial laws of this place are like this, our strength cannot exceed the spatial laws. That's all we can do. Feng Wu said, and was about to fly away again, but Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and said, fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. What? Feng Wu listened, and looked at Xiao Hua in confusion. With a thought, Xiao Hua invited Demon Lord Shi out of the space, and asked, how is Long Shenxi now? I'll let Big Brother know. Demon Lord Shi grinned and said, this guy just turned into a demon, that demon dragon bloodline is very powerful, and he doesn't want to give up his human form body, so he's in a deep sleep, waiting for the final fusion between his human form body and the demon dragon bloodline. Xiao Hua frowned and said, Long Shenxi was originally at the peak of 9th grade essence energy. After turning into a demon, his strength must have exceeded 9th grade essence energy. He seems to be stronger than you. Che. Demon Lord Shi curled his lips and said, Big Brother doesn't know, little brother has a demon body, my strength is limited in the human realm, but when I reach the demon realm, how can I compare to 10th grade essence energy? Also, the demon emperors and demon lords in the demon realm are not comparable to 8th and 9th grade essence energy. Long Shenxi is at most a low-level demon lord, he's far from little brother. That's good. Xiao Hua nodded, Big Brother is afraid that you won't be able to control Long Shenxi, and will cause trouble for us. Don't worry, don't worry. Demon Lord Shi patted his chest and guaranteed, just leave this to little brother. And, Big Brother called you out today because there's something I need you and Feng Wu to do. Xiao Hua nodded and said. Hee hee, what are we going to do with 5th brother? Big brother, please tell me. Demon Lord Shi happily asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, we've already reached Dawn Rain Continent, it's time to break the array. But Big Brother has a lot of karma to understand, I can't go for now. And you have the demon body of a demon spirit, you're naturally proficient in arrays, so Big Brother wants you and Feng Wu to help Big Brother take a look at the situation of the immortal array, what do you think? Huh, well said, well said. Demon Lord Shi laughed loudly, isn't it just an array? Little brother is the best, little brother will help Big Brother take a look. But you have to change a little, don't disturb the human cultivators of Dawn Rain Continent. Xiaohua looked at Demon Lord Shi's arrogant demonic chi and smiled. When Demon Venerable Shi heard this, he immediately retracted the demonic chi around his body. In just a moment, he turned into a slightly sallow Xiaohua. All right. That's it. Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction, you're from the demon race. Maybe you don't understand the situation of the human race, listen to Feng Wu. Xiaohua's words were like he was talking to an ignorant child, but Demon Lord Shi felt at ease after hearing it. He smiled and said, Big brother, don't worry, I'll listen to fifth brother. All right, go. Xiaohua waved his hand. Feng Wu brought Demon Lord Shi and tore through the void. Lightning Immortal also cupped his hands towards Xiaohua, and then headed towards Mingxi. After Feng Wu, Demon Lord Shi and Lightning Immortal left, Huang Tong felt strange and said in a low voice, Dao friend, why don't you ask Maitreya Buddha to come out? No matter what, he's the future Buddha Lord, he must be able to sense Mount Meru. Xiaohua looked at Huang Tong, who was a phoenix Dharma body, and knew that although he had more experience than him, he had more intrigue in the Xianyuan space, and lacked the patience of the human race, so he smiled and said, Maitreya Buddha is the future Buddha Lord, and he will soon be received by the West to enter the Buddha kingdom. I can't delay his cultivation because of this. I can't sow discord between him and the Buddha kingdom. Moreover, I was born in Dawn Rain Continent. Didn't you hear Ziming talk about it? Dawn Rain Continent already has a fortune gate that worships Dao Master Shao. In the past, I planted a lot of grain and millet seeds in Dawn Rain Continent and Million Meng Mountains. Because of the existence of the immortal array, the power of faith of these hundreds of years has been accumulated. If we ask Maitreya Buddha to come out now, the power of faith alone is enough for him to enter the Buddha kingdom. We still need Maitreya Buddha's wonderful tree of 7 treasures to break the array, so we can't let him out now. Speaking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered something and said to Huang Tong, by the way, fellow Daoist, I also promised Dai, to rescue Empress Xianwan of the demon realm. Although Yuanya can go alone, I'm still worried. Why don't you go? Of course. Huang Tong nodded, there are many things in Dawn Rain Continent, fellow Daoist can't handle it alone, I am willing to help. Let Dai, and Yuanya out, I'll take them with me. Okay. Xiaohua was about to take out the Kunlun mirror, but he suddenly remembered that the Kunlun mirror had been taken away by the Thunder Immortal. He frowned and was about to pull Yuanya and Dai, out of Shenhua continent. It was at this moment that Xiaohua's thoughts changed again, and he shook his head, no. You can't go. Huang Tong was surprised and asked, why can't I go? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate, and... Chapter 50-45. Xiaohua sighed and said earnestly, Xianwan's kindness to this poor Daoist is as heavy as a mountain. Although her matter seems very simple now, and even if Yuanya went over, he could solve it, but this is not the way to resolve the cause and effect. To save Xianwan, this poor Daoist must go over personally. Huang Tong clapped her hands and said, you're right. Although I am you and you are me, Xianwan doesn't know. She helped you in the past, and we have to repay her kindness. You have to go. However, if I go, she will have to suffer more in the formation. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, this is also what I was thinking that day. After the matter of Million Meng Mountains is settled, we can just use the space escape technique. Huang Tong persuaded, it won't take much time. Besides, Xianwan has been trapped in the formation for hundreds of years. She won't be able to sense it even if it takes a few more days. Xiao Hua suddenly felt impatient. He looked into the distance and said, "Why hasn't Ziming come out yet? It's only been an hour." "Don't worry." Huang Tong looked at the silent Daoist witch and said. At this moment, Daoist witch suddenly raised his head and said to Xiao Hua, "I will go and see if there are any traces of the Buddhist formation. Thank you, Daoist." Xiao Hua nodded and replied. Daoist witch's body swayed. He didn't use any space escape technique. He just flew slowly in the direction where he came from. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Daoist witch didn't return, and Ziming didn't appear either. Xiao Hua was already panicking in his heart. Now that he thought about what the Shaman King said in the space yesterday, Xiao Hua vaguely understood the situation of the Shaman King and Ziming. Xiao Hua understood that Ziming probably couldn't come out of the sealed space of the Buddhist formation. After another 3 days, Daoist witch returned. Xiao Hua looked at Daoist witch and shook his head. "It's been 4 days." Huang Tong urged, "I'm afraid Ziming can't come out." Before Huang Tong finished, Xiao Hua said, "No need to rush. Although the Shaman King said to wait for a day, Ziming treated me so well. I have to wait for 10 days. Huang Tong was silent. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ziming still didn't appear. Forget it. Seeing that the afterglow of the setting sun had already disappeared into the distant sky, Xiao Hua looked up at the sky and sighed, "Looks like I won't be able to see Ziming again in this life. Let's go." "Where are we going?" Huang Tong asked knowingly. Xiao Hua looked in a direction and said, "It's naturally the Huda's stronghold. Ziming can't get out of the sealed space, but I must fulfill my promise to her. Moreover, this is the knot in her heart for the rest of her life. No matter what, I should be the one to solve it." "All right." Huang Tong and Daoist sorcerer looked at each other and were about to move. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's figure shook. He stopped in disbelief and looked at Daoist shaman. Daoist shaman's face was also filled with wild joy as he cried out, "The new Shaman King has appeared. I have already sensed the change in the fate of the millions of Meng Mountains." Just as Daoist shaman finished speaking, countless lights shot up into the sky from the depths of the millions of Meng Mountains. Waves of strange ripples spread out like rings in the mountains. At the same time, a series of sizzling sounds came from the sky and the abyss. Amidst these sounds, the chanting of gods and ghosts surged out like waves, falling into the night and the starry sky. The originally dark starry sky suddenly became clear amidst these sounds. The stars were like bright lights, flashing desperately. The crescent moon that looked like a small boat also raised its sail, and a layer of halo floated high into the sky. The brilliance of the stars and moon was like a waterfall, illuminating the millions of Meng Mountains. At a glance, it was almost as bright as day. However, in just a few breaths, the strange sounds came again. A huge black shadow rushed out from all over the millions of Meng Mountains and landed in the sky, forming the shape of a human face and a dragon head. This black shadow blocked the brilliance of the stars and moon, and the millions of Meng Mountains fell into darkness again. "This is..." Xiao Hua was shocked. He sensed something and hurriedly looked at Daoist shaman. Daoist shaman narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Sure, is finally leaving. Damn it." Xiao Hua cursed in a low voice, "The Shaman King is gone. Doesn't that mean only Ziming is left in the sealed space? There's no other way." Daoist shaman shook his head and said, "Although I have a connection with the fate of soul cultivators, the Shaman King has just entered the cycle of reincarnation and hasn't formed a flesh body. I can't sense the sealed space yet. Fellow Daoist, calm down." Huang Tong hurriedly said, "Even if we can sense the sealed space, we can't go there now. In the sealed space, even if we join forces, we won't be a match for the formation spirit of Mount Meru." The darkness was still darkness, even darker than Xiao Hua's eyes. However, this darkness couldn't stop the hope in Xiao Hua's eyes. He nodded slowly and said, "I know. I just want to look in Ziming's direction and wait for her for one more night." AOO. At this moment, there seemed to be the wails of soul beasts in the millions of Meng mountains, one after another. The black shadow that covered the sky seemed to turn its head in the wind and take a deep look at the millions of Meng mountains in the dark night. Then, it slowly extended into the sky, rumble. All of a sudden, the sky turned fiery red. Tens of thousands of shooting stars appeared out of nowhere. These shooting stars were crimson red, and they looked like burning clouds as they floated above the millions of Meng mountains. The movement of their movement was like the rumbling of thunder. Then, the whistling sound was heard again. All the meteors dragged their fiery red tails and swayed as they fell from the sky. They turned into a meteor shower and passed through the black shadow with a human face and a dragon tail, landing all over the millions of Meng mountains. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the soul beast could be heard once again, and it was filled with excitement. As for the black shadow that was the size of Meng mountains, it was riddled with holes by the meteor shower. Streams of starlight once again pierced through the black shadow and landed on the mountain range. Heaven and earth sacrifice. Daoist witch muttered to himself, the witch king has fallen. The sky sacrifices with the stars, and the earth sacrifices with the soul beasts. Sad, sad, as Daoist witch muttered to himself, the black shadow had turned into black cotton. It drifted down and dissipated. The moonlight dimmed, the sky lost its color, and the mountains fell silent. In the end, the entire world fell into darkness again. This darkness was so deep, just like Xiaohua's lonely and cold heart. In the darkness, Xiaohua seemed to hear the cries of the millions of Meng mountains. The mountains were also mourning, and the people were also choking. The night would eventually pass, just like the passing of an era. The next day, the sky was still gray and there was no morning sun. In the mountains, the birds were not as chirping as before. It was very quiet. Xiaohua looked around and felt a little sad. He sighed and said, "Fellow Daoists, let's go." After saying that, Xiaohua moved and flew toward the hooded village without using the spatial escape technique. Daoist witch and Huang Tong knew that Xiaohua was in a bad mood, so they didn't say much and followed behind. Fellow Daoist. Suddenly, Xiaohua said, "What should we do, when we are alive?" Huang Tong was stunned. She looked at Daoist witch and hurriedly nodded. Fellow Daoist is right. Even if a mayfly is born, it can see the dawn and dusk. If you see the epiphyllum for a moment, you can also leave your fragrance in the world. But some people are suppressed in the sealed space for the rest of their lives because of what they want to do. They can't even take a step out. Xiaohua said faintly. I can't imagine that the shaman king could be so patient. Daoist witch nodded. Not only him, but also many shaman kings before him. And their lives are far from what ordinary mortals can compare to. Mortals can endure for 100 years, but they have to endure for tens of thousands of years. Because they have their own beliefs. Huang Tong agreed. This belief is more tenacious than any power. Fellow Daoist, think about the tens of thousands of years we spent in the heavenly prison. Isn't it the same? If it weren't for the concern of family and the fortune gate, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to endure for so long, right? So fellow Daoist sacrifice is no less than others. Daoist witch continued, fellow Daoist always thinks about others, but neglects yourself. Seeing is big, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is big. Anyone is an ant in front of the heavenly Tao. Xiaohua's face showed a bitter smile. Being small in the heart doesn't necessarily mean it is small. Only by being humble can one improve. Fellow Daoist, didn't you see that even Daoist Master Jin Sheng, a supreme cultivator of the Heavenly Alliance, was also possessed by the Devil Clan? Although Daoist is 1 foot tall, the Devil Clan is 10 feet tall, but if he has a humble heart, the Devil Clan won't be able to invade him, right? The Shaman King has passed away, but Shaman Wang Ming is coming. Daoist witch laughed. Without loss, how can there be hope? Fellow Daoist, cheer up. Your descendant has already formed a body in the Yilin continent. When he returns to the Wuming mountain range, it will be the beginning of a new era for soul cultivators. Even if Ziming can't come out now, but with Shaman Wang Ming, in 100 years, she will regain her freedom, right? That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua also forced a smile. Since Ziming can't come out, I can't make this matter clear, and I can't wait until then. Today, I might as well give Shaman Wang Ming a surprise. However, just as Xiao Hua said this, his mood improved a bit. When he released his divine sense, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Hua looked in a certain direction and angrily roared, "Damn thing!" Then, Xiao Hua's body shook and he teleported to that place. Following Xiao Hua were thunderbolts that condensed in the sky. It happened so suddenly that Huang Tong and Daoist which were caught off guard. However, when they looked at that place, they couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Almost at the same time, they shrugged and said in unison, "This guy is simply looking for death. He's here to make fun of you." Then, the two of them teleported over as well. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, and... Chapter 5046. It was a rather large abyss, and the walls to the left were covered with vines unique to millions of Meng mountains. Dewdrops that looked like tears were flowing on the vines, and a thick fog shrouded the entire abyss. Ordinary eyes would not be able to see through this fog. It was even more impossible to see the dewdrops on the vines, and the reddish-brown mountain rocks beneath the dewdrops. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a soft sound of air breaking came from above the abyss, and a peerless beauty in plain clothes flew past in a daze. Wasn't that Jiu Xia? Although Jiu Xia's current appearance was not as stunning as her original appearance, the faint glow set off her delicate and pretty face, and she still gave off a peerless aura. Even if some people's extraordinariness was concealed, they would still stand out like an all, and Jiu Xia was as usual. What? How did this happen? Jiu Xia looked a little flustered, and she thought to herself, how did the Shaman King suddenly fall? Could it be that something happened to Xiao Lang? Could it be that something happened to the new Shaman King as well? Jiu Xia might not care about the fall of the Shaman King, but she definitely cared about the birth of Shaman King Ming. The direction Jiu Xia was flying in was naturally where the Buddhist formation was sealed. Although she had left the Buddhist formation a long time ago, she still missed it and did not stray too far away. When she noticed the strange phenomenon in millions of Meng mountains, even if she was from the Fox clan, even if she was from the Qingqiu clan, she still could not let go of the kinship that flowed in her blood. She could not help but fly back. However, just as Jiu Xia flew past the abyss, there was a loud bang, and dozens of fiery red chains shot out from the abyss like pythons. Not only did they block Jiu Xia's path forward, they also sealed off her path of retreat. The flames on the chains turned blackish red, and they flickered like the fangs of a venomous snake. Near the flames, the void was slightly distorted, as if it had been burned through by the flames. Ah! Jiu Xia immediately woke up from her daze. Without thinking, her body swayed. Not only did she not retreat, she also did not rush up into the sky. Instead, her body sank and fell towards the bottom of the abyss. However, before Jiu Xia's figure disappeared into the bottom of the abyss, she flew out in a panic. At the bottom of the abyss, a huge silver wolf totem flashed and appeared. The wolf head on the wolf totem seemed to be alive. In its bloody mouth, white wolf fangs flashed with a cold light. Boom! At this moment, dozens of chains rapidly intersected above Jiu Xia's head, emitting rumbling sounds. Flashing silver runes appeared at the top of the chains. These runes gave birth to a powerful binding force that enveloped Jiu Xia like a heavenly net. Of course, Jiu Xia wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. She opened her mouth, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared. A huge gust of wind rushed into the sky, trying to break through the net. Unfortunately, although the wind was able to support the heavenly net and even extinguish most of the flames, the silver rune was like a rock in the wind, unshakable. Damn it! This is a talisman from the immortal realm of the human race. Jiu Xia suddenly understood and couldn't help but curse under her breath. Her hands formed a seal, and a light green demon aura rushed up, barely holding up the chains. She shouted, I wonder which senior from the immortal realm has descended to the mortal world. Why are you blocking my path here? Hee hee. A burst of laughter sounded from the abyss far away. Then, the silver wolf transformed into its demon form and landed in front of Wuxia. It mocked, if a senior from the immortal realm came, would you still be able to stand here safely? Seeing the silver wolf appear, Wuxia's face was filled with surprise. She asked curiously, where are you from? Why are you blocking me here? Huh, you cunning little fox. Don't you see the totem of my snow wolf clan? The snow wolf laughed and said mockingly, do I have to tell you that I came from the 10,000 demon realm? Did my snow wolf king send me to capture you? Snow wolf king? Wuxia's expression tightened. She hurriedly looked around and exclaimed, could it be that the snow wolf king can also enter the Dawn Rain continent? That's strange. The snow wolf looked at Wuxia with a strange expression on his face. He said curiously, the fox clan has always been cunning and cautious. That day, my snow wolf king chased you for 1,000,000 miles and still couldn't capture you. But today, you were so careless. Not only did you not discover my Yuanshen, you didn't even explore this dangerous abyss and hurriedly flew past. Huh, so that's how it is. At this point, the snow wolf suddenly realized something and laughed, you actually gave birth to a descendant in the lost land. No wonder your divine ability was greatly reduced. It was caused by a great loss of vitality. Otherwise, with my methods, how could I capture you? Snow wolf. Wuxia's face was pale. She couldn't stand steadily in the air. She whispered, I have escaped into the Dawn Rain continent for nearly 1,000 years. I think you have followed me here for 1,000 years. To be honest, I only offended the Snow Wolf King because of some small grudges. After 1,000 years, I think she has already forgotten about it. Unfortunately, before Wuxia could finish, the Snow Wolf laughed and said, little fox, don't say any more. All of this is a waste of your effort. Since the Snow Wolf King sent me to capture you, how can I return empty-handed? Besides, how do you know that I almost lost my life in order to find your trace? If I can't capture you, I'll be letting myself down. After speaking, the Snow Wolf didn't waste any more words with Wuxia. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of demonic chi fell into the chain. Boom. The chain fell down like a flood dragon, wanting to firmly bind Wuxia. Wuxia was shocked. She gritted her teeth. Woo. She opened her mouth and a fist-sized demonic pill flew out. This demonic pill fell into the air. The light and shadow swayed and turned into the illusion of a six-tailed fox. At the same time, thousands of illusions were born in the illusion. They overlapped like waves surging towards the Snow Wolf. When the Snow Wolf saw the illusion, a silver light flashed in his eyes and his expression became sluggish. Unfortunately, just as the illusion was about to break through the chain, Kachacha, silver lightning swarmed from the chain like a swarm of bees. The talismans that were as thin as ants surged out and shattered the illusion. Ayo. The little fox on top of the demonic pill howled and shrank back into the demonic pill. The silver light in the Snow Wolf's eyes also disappeared. The Snow Wolf was still in shock and said, damn it. Then, with a wave of the Snow Wolf's hand, a fiery red chain sprang out from Wuxia's back and turned into a long spear. Pooh! It pierced Wuxia's collarbone. Ah! Wuxia cried out in pain. Her charming body went limp in midair. The demonic pill's brilliance dimmed and fell into her mouth. Hee hee. Seeing the chain penetrate Wuxia's body, the Snow Wolf knew that the situation was over. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Little fox, you really deserve to be unlucky. I just came from the Yilin continent to the Lost Lands and I already sensed your aura. Unfortunately, before the Snow Wolf could finish speaking, a spiritual will that was even more ferocious than a meteor came crashing down. The huge force not only trapped the Snow Wolf, but the chi wave also blocked the Snow Wolf's words. Who? The Snow Wolf was shocked. He hurriedly urged the chain to fly out, wanting to block the spiritual will. However, wherever the spiritual will passed, boom. A loud sound rang out and the chain flew out like wild grass. Ka-cha-cha. At the same time, in the sky, the thunderclouds surged forward faster than the wind. 10 thick lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky, striking directly at the snow wolf. The snow wolf didn't dare to be slow. His body fell rapidly and the wolf totem that was blocking Jiaoxia's body shot up into the sky. Countless demonic qi and the power of the stars and moon surged out from the wolf's head, transforming into a huge wolf head that pounced towards the lightning bolts. Pu-pu. Where the lightning bolts landed, it was as if they had hit a broken piece of cotton. Not only was the wolf head destroyed, but after the wolf head was destroyed, the lightning bolts were like swords that ruthlessly struck the wolf totem. The unbreakable wolf totem in the eyes of the snow wolf instantly turned into fragments that floated down into the abyss. Roar. A furious roar sounded from afar. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, Xiaohua's figure arrived while stepping on thunder. Xiaohua. Jiaoxia almost blurted out. However, before the sound came out, Jiaoxia immediately suppressed it with all his might. Although his eyes were filled with ecstasy, he still clenched his teeth and didn't shout out. Seeing the bloodstains on Jiaoxia's body, Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache for no reason. He roared, "Damn it! Even the Snow Wolf King was killed by this Xiao. You, a little snow wolf, dare to show off in front of this old man? If not for the fact that I couldn't see through your goal, this old man would have killed you in the Wuming mountain range." As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his right hand. A big hand that was like thunder grabbed out. Under the big hand, the space around the snow wolf was imprisoned. The snow wolf couldn't even move. As the big hand fell, the snow wolf was caught in the big hand. Light and shadow flowed and demonic qi overflowed. The snow wolf was about to be crushed into meat paste by Xiaohua. Xiao. Daoist Xiao. You are Daoist Xiao. Hearing this, the snow wolf couldn't help but be stunned. When he woke up, he exclaimed, "Daoist Xiao, spare my life, Daoist Xiao, brother-in-law." Seeing Xiaohua so powerful, Jiaoxia was almost drunk. She moaned and said in a low voice, Let her go." "Oh." Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Jiaoxia in disbelief. However, when Xiaohua saw Jiaoxia's figure clearly, he was shocked again. His eyes revealed disbelief and a deep sense of loss. Because he could see that Jiaoxia's primordial yin had been lost. "Brother-in-law." Jiaoxia's face showed shyness and shame. With a voice as low as a mosquito's, she said, "You can see it too. I just left my bloodline around Flowing Cloud Lake a month ago. Don't you humans always say that you have to accumulate good karma for your children? I'll spare her life for the sake of my descendants." Xiaohua frowned. Looking at this Jiaoxia who was so beautiful that she left a deep impression in his mind, even when he was having sex with Zi Ming, he asked in a low voice, "She is the snow wolf of the 10,000 demon realm. Are you sure you want to let her live?" P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5047. Brother-in-law. Although Jiaoxia's face was pale, her charming smile was still charming. She said coquettishly, "Didn't I tell you before? There is something I need your help with. I thought you would only be able to help me after 100,000 years. I didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, you would be able to kill the great Saint Snow Wolf King. Without the Snow Wolf King, how could I be afraid of the Snow Wolf clan? This Snow Wolf was just following orders. If it wasn't for my weak body today, how could she have succeeded?" Xiaohua heard and suddenly understood. He thought for a moment and nodded, "So this is what you want me to do?" "I thought. Forget it, since this is your choice, I will listen to you." With that, Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed at the air. The fiery red chain slowly shrank under the thunder and was pulled out of Jiaoxia's body. Streams of blood dripped down from Jiaoxia's body and the chains. Xiaohua hurriedly took out a pill from the space and handed it to Jiu. Take the pill first. Jiu smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law, I am from the Fox clan. I can't take your human pill. Don't worry. Huang Tong also flew over. Looking at this beautiful woman, she said lightly, the pill that Daoist Xiao gave you was really refined for the demon clan. Oh. Jiu was surprised. She took the pill and looked at Xiaohua strangely. Brother-in-law, it has only been a few hundred years. You are actually so powerful. Moreover, you can refine pills for my demon clan? After saying that, Jiu suddenly understood. She looked at Xiaohua and said, I understand now. Brother-in-law has been stranded in the demon realm all these years. No wonder you could kill the Snow Wolf King. That's not right. It has only been a few hundred years. How can brother-in-law be so powerful? Jiu kept calling him brother-in-law. It was as intimate as when she was with Hongxia Fairy. Xiaohua smiled and said, we will talk about this later. Brother-in-law will give you a few small surprises. Hee hee. Jiu took the pill and clapped her hands. Brother-in-law has given me enough surprises today. And to be able to see brother-in-law, I am also very surprised. I don't need any other surprises. Xiaohua's mood was slightly better. He turned to look at Snow Wolf, his eyes like lightning. Looking at Xiaohua's aura that was similar to that of the Thunder God, how was it the same as before in the Yilan continent? Snow Wolf couldn't help but tremble as he begged, Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. Xiaohua said, this old man has traveled with you for several years, so I've long known that you're a demon. The only reason we haven't eliminated you is because you've never harmed any human cultivators. However, you have violated this old man's greatest taboo today. You may be spared from death, but you cannot be spared from punishment. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. Snow Wolf was overjoyed when he heard this. He kowtowed and cried out. Let this old man ask you. Xiaohua asks, how did you pass through the Netherworld Blood Sea? Did anyone else pass? Snow Wolf didn't dare to delay and hurriedly told him what he had seen. Hearing that the Snow Wolf actually had a talisman from the immortal realm, Xiaohua already understood. However, he still pretended to be suspicious as he asked, where did you get the immortal talisman? Snow Wolf didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly said, that was given by my great sage. According to the great sage, enough, there's no need to say any more. Xiaohua saw that Snow Wolf was about to reveal the immortal envoy's human form and hurriedly waved his hand. Snow Wolf King has already been executed. This old man won't mention this matter anymore. If you don't harass the Fox clan, this old man will definitely not make things difficult for you. Yes, this junior understands. Snow Wolf didn't dare to say more and only kowtowed without saying anything. Xiaohua handed the chain to Huang Tong and said to him, fellow Daoist, please use this chain to imprison this Snow Wolf in a secret place as punishment. No problem. This old man is the best at this. Huang Tong laughed loudly and took the chain. With a grab of his phoenix claws, he took the soulless Snow Wolf. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared in a moment. After Huang Tong left, Xiaohua said to Daoist Witch, fellow Daoist, help me keep watch. I have something to explain to Lady Jiu. No problem. Daoist Witch's figure flashed and rushed into the sky, standing among the clouds. Xiaohua looked around solemnly. With a wave of his hand, he released the seal of overturning the sea. Then, he took out the jade talisman and set up the complete capital sky star array. Brother-in-law. Seeing Xiaohua so serious, Jiu was also stunned. She whispered, what are you doing? Do you have a little surprise for me? Don't worry, it's definitely a surprise. Xiaohua patiently set up the star array and used his divine sense to look around. After confirming that there was no consciousness or aura, he said to Jiu, I should have given you the complete thing, but with your current cultivation, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. So, stand still, as he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Jiuxia. Jiuxia was stunned and also looked at Xiaohua. She was trying her best to hide it, but when she saw Xiaohua's eyes, she couldn't help but reveal the strong feelings in her heart. However, just as Jiuxia was in a daze, a thick crystal thread appeared between Xiaohua's eyebrows. This crystal thread was 9-colored and shone brilliantly as it fell between Jiuxia's eyebrows. Boom! Countless lights, images, and talismans turned into a turbulent wave that crashed into Jiuxia's mind. Huh? Jiuxia cried out in surprise, then her face turned solemn. She didn't dare to be negligent and immediately flashed with 9-colored light, revealing her 6-tailed fox form. She assumed a strange posture and allowed Xiaohua to transmit the Qingqiu lineage's inheritance into her mind. At the same time, circles of ripples turned into the shape of a fox and rippled in all directions. However, this ripple was blocked by the capital star array and couldn't leak out at all. It could only roar and brew within the array. After a full hour, the light around Jiuxia slowly retracted into her body. She then opened her eyes, which were filled with absolute fanaticism and an indescribable realization. Jiuxia transformed into her human form and respectfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Jiuxia greets the Sacred King. Sacred King? Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly helped Jiuxia up, saying, "This Xiao is just Xiaohua, not some sacred king. This is your Qingqiu lineage's inheritance. This Xiao is just returning it to you with the hand of heaven." He. Jiuxia stood up, the respect on her face completely gone. She then smiled faintly. "This little sister won't mention this anymore. You'll know in the future. However, this little sister has a small request that I hope brother-in-law can agree to." "Say it." Xiaohua nodded. "As long as it's not too difficult for me, I'll agree to it." Xiaohua's words had a double meaning, but the sourness in his heart was real. After all, this peerless woman in front of him had already left her bloodline in Million Meng Mountains before he returned to Dawn Rain Continent. Thinking back to Jiuxia's little flirtation with him back then, it was impossible for Xiaohua not to feel a little disappointed. Jiuxia was so sharp. Seeing Xiaohua like this, she felt sweetness and joy in her heart. However, her face still blushed. She lowered her head and said, "Brother-in-law, this little sister knows that the love between you and big sister is stronger than gold. Although this little sister has some small expectations for you, this little sister is afraid that big sister will think too much. Brother-in-law has been gone for many years without any news. This little sister thought that she would never see brother-in-law again." Xiaohua's words had a double meaning, but Jiuxia's words were naked. Of course, it was this kind of naked that covered up the truth of the matter. The entire scene became awkward in an instant. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Jiuxia, you're thinking too much, is that so?" Jiuxia raised her head. The pair of big watery eyes on her charming face were incomparably alluring. She seemed to be asking a question, but also seemed to be talking to herself. She murmured, "Brother-in-law didn't think too much?" Cough cough. Xiaohua didn't dare to look at Jiuxia anymore. He hurriedly turned his face and coughed a few times, asking, that brother-in-law, who is it?" Pfft. Jiuxia covered her mouth and laughed. "The so-called brother-in-law. I'm afraid that brother-in-law won't be able to see him. Last night, I don't know what strange phenomenon occurred in the starry sky formation. This little sister is anxious to settle down her son. Your brother-in-law has already fallen in the millions of Meng Mountains." Xiaohua suddenly understood that Jiuxia was talking about soul beasts. However, he looked at Jiuxia's smiling face and asked curiously, "He has already fallen, but you're actually not sad?" "Brother-in-law, this little sister is a fox, not a human." Jiuxia smiled and said, "In this little sister's eyes, falling is not the end. After all, we already have a son. This son is his beginning. This little sister taking good care of our son is the best repayment for him. Of course, this little sister's heart is also sad. However, in the eyes of others, isn't this sadness just a joke? Why should this little sister let others know? If this little sister's heart is in a mess, How could she not notice and fall into the snow wolf's trap? Jianghu, brother-in-law has misunderstood you. Xiao Hua was also considered a great sage of the human race, but in front of Jianghu of Qingshu Mountain, he was still deceived enough. He hurriedly said, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as brother-in-law can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Brother-in-law is thinking too much. Jianghu smiled and said, this little sister just wants brother-in-law to take out Qingshu Mountain's Xingyu and let this little sister comprehend it. Oh, brother-in-law understands. Xiao Hua's face reddened, and he hurriedly put his hand into his bosom as if he wanted the Xingyu. He said again, Jianghu, if it's possible, I'll give this to you. Don't, brother-in-law. Jianghu pursed her lips and smiled, this Xingyu was originally obtained by you, so it's naturally yours. Why are you giving it to me? Moreover, didn't you say so yourself? This item is of great importance, and with this little sister's strength, I can't protect it. Rather than leaving it here and harming this little sister, why don't brother-in-law hold it for this little sister? But brother-in-law is going to ascend soon. Xiao Hua's hand stopped there, and he did not take out the Xingyu. He frowned and said. Jianghu's face was filled with ecstasy, and she said with a smile, then this little sister congratulates brother-in-law first. Brother-in-law is really a genius. This is only a few hundred years since we last met, and you're actually going to ascend. This little sister doesn't even dare to dream of it. However, brother-in-law doesn't need to worry. If brother-in-law doesn't take the Xingyu, this little sister won't be able to find you in the future. If brother-in-law takes the Xingyu, this little sister will be able to go to the immortal world to find brother-in-law. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 50-48. Jianghu's ecstasy was real. She had made up her mind not to see Xiao Hua again, but she didn't expect him to save her as soon as he came out of the Buddhist formation. Now, he even gave her the inheritance of Qingshu Mountain, and Xingyu of Qingshu Mountain's lineage. How could she not know? Her karma with this man had just begun. You're thinking too much. I'm going to the immortal world, and you're ascending to the Demon Alliance. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As he spoke, he took out the nine-tailed fox sculpture. As soon as the nine-tailed fox Xingyu appeared, the fluctuations in the entire formation boiled violently and surged toward Xingyu. Jianghu opened her mouth and spat out a breath of clear air, which fell into the nine-tailed fox Xingyu. Xingyu let out a roar, and the phenomenon that had appeared in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm also appeared at the same time. Jianghu didn't dare to be negligent. She swayed and fell into Xingyu's nine-colored brilliance. Whoosh! The nine-tailed fox sculpture suddenly seemed to come alive. The nine-colored halo quickly retracted, and a living one-tailed Jianghu appeared before Xiao Hua's eyes. Then, 2 tails, 3 tails, until 9 tails. After 9 tails, countless thin thunderbolts turned into 9 colors and entered Jianghu's body, and the fluctuations that had been overflowing in the capital star formation were all swept away. While Jianghu was comprehending Xingyu's various realms, Xiao Hua wasn't idle either. He had been practicing Qingshu Mountain's inheritance, and seeing Jianghu using the nine-tailed fox's body to comprehend, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and opened his eyes, quietly watching everything that was happening before him. The nine-tailed fox's various color changes, and asterisk were all captured by Xiao Hua's eyes. Although it was only a few hours, Xiao Hua felt that he had gained much more than if he had comprehended it himself for 100 years. In particular, with the comprehension of Jianghu's body, Xiao Hua's foundation and direction of cultivation of Qingshu Mountain's secret technique would not be wrong. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded. Sigh. Seeing that Jianghu had returned to her human form, the brilliance around her receding, and her previous charm no longer exposed, Xiao Hua sighed thoughtfully. Jianghu. Rather than saying that I helped you, it's better to say that you helped me. Brother-in-law. Jianghu smiled and said, you and I are a family, so why do we have to separate? As he said, Jianghu passed Xingyu to Xiaohua again and said, "Brother-in-law, you accept this item. From now on, if it weren't for little sister." "Oh, even if little sister is right in front of you, you can't take it out. Brother-in-law will naturally know the secrets of this item in the future." Xiaohua originally didn't want to take it, but after hearing Jianghu's words, he nodded solemnly and said, "Brother-in-law knows. I won't let anyone else see it." "That's right, even big sister can't do it." Jianghu blinked mischievously and smiled. "This is a little secret between me and brother-in-law." "Huh, brother-in-law knows." Xiaohua nodded and kept Xingyu. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Brother-in-law just came back from Yilan continent, I wonder." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Jianghu's face also showed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, brother-in-law, little sister also has a lot of things to do." After parting with brother-in-law that day, other than asking sword cultivators to inquire about brother-in-law's whereabouts, I didn't pay attention to sword cultivators and Dao cultivators anymore. Little sister also doesn't know how big sister is now. "All right." Xiaohua nodded and said helplessly, "After brother-in-law is done, I'll go find her." "Ah." Jianghu said curiously, "Why is brother-in-law going after you're done? Could it be that brother-in-law has something important to do?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved and he nodded. "That's right, brother-in-law does have something important that needs your help." "Ah. You need my help?" Jianghu was even more stunned and hurriedly asked, "Brother-in-law, quickly say it." Xiaohua didn't hide much from Jianghu and told her about his experience and the matters of the 3 continents. Hearing this, the little fox's heart shook. She didn't expect Xiaohua to have such a fortuitous encounter and even more didn't expect that at the end of the sea, there was an immortal formation that no one would have thought of. Moreover, on the other side of the immortal formation, hundreds of millions of lives were already in danger and the entire 3 continents had already fallen into an apocalyptic disaster. "Brother-in-law." Jianghu didn't need Xiaohua to say more and immediately nodded. "Little sister understands." Although little sister hasn't contacted sword cultivators for a long time, little sister still has some influence over there. Speaking up to here, Jianghu was a little sad and said in a low voice, "Actually, little sister doesn't need to do anything. Brother-in-law is now the supreme of the human race. As long as he calls out, who would dare to disobey?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother-in-law has never dared to have too many extravagant hopes for people's hearts. After all, the 3 continents aren't Daybreak Continent. The cultivators of Daybreak Continent won't take the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, and demon race of the 3 continents seriously. Therefore, brother-in-law still hopes that you can help brother-in-law. However, before you help brother-in-law, you'd better take care of your body first. This matter has already reached the final step. We can't be too anxious." "Hee, that's true. You're little sister's brother-in-law. If little sister doesn't help you, who else should I help? I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Daybreak Continent who are of the same mind as brother-in-law." Jianghu smiled faintly. Even the gloomy horizon was about to clear up. But without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Jianghu rolled her eyes again. Using her small hand to cover her small mouth, she laughed and said, "Brother-in-law is still the one who can endure silently. If it was little sister, how could little sister have mingled with a group of nascent soul and gold core cultivators for so long? I'm afraid that I would have already used magic to force Du Peng. Sigh, brother-in-law doesn't dare." Xiaohua turned his head and thought about it. He was really a little scared. Brother-in-law is afraid that you'll mess things up. You can't pass through the restrictions of Wuming Mountain Range and Million Mountain Range. But even so, brother-in-law. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua was a little hesitant. "Oh, brother-in-law." Jianghu asked curiously, "What did you encounter in the restrictions of Wuming Mountain Range?" "But I saw that Snow Wolf was able to pass through with the help of some immortal talisman. With brother-in-law's ability, there shouldn't be any difficulties." "Hee, of course." Xiaohua thought for a moment and decided to hide it. He said with a smile, "Although brother-in-law encountered some difficulties, we still came here. These difficulties, have nothing to do with you. Brother-in-law won't tell you in detail. All right then. Jianghu said with a smile, little sister won't ask anymore. Little sister will go to the place of sword cultivators to take a look and see if I can find any records of immortal formations. Jianghu, your body is weak. Take these things. Xiaohua hurriedly took out a few storage rings from the space and handed them to Jianghu. Cultivate along the way. If it wasn't for the important matter, brother-in-law wouldn't be willing to let you run around so much. Thank you, brother-in-law. Seeing Xiaohua's concern, Jianghu's heart was as sweet as honey. After she took the storage rings and scanned them with her elemental sense, she looked at Xiaohua in shock and shouted, brother-in-law, you're a millionaire. So many good things, are they all for me? And, of course they're all for you. If it's not enough, I have more here. Xiaohua said with a smile. No matter how he looked at Jianghu, he was happy. Enough, enough. Jianghu took out an immortal peach with a smile and ate it in big bites in front of Xiaohua. She didn't even have time to wipe off the peach juice that splashed on her face. I forgot. Xiaohua patted his head and took out a blood bead from the space and handed it to Jianghu. This is also for you. What's this? Jianghu didn't understand. However, when she took the blood bead and saw a nine-tailed fox's shadow inexplicably changing inside the blood bead, she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Nine-tailed fox bloodline? How is this possible? Brother-in-law went to the legacy realm. Xiaohua said proudly, when I saw this bloodline, I thought of you, brother-in-law. Xiao. Jianghu's body trembled. She didn't care about the falling immortal peach and flew over while shouting, you're really too good to me. Cough cough. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and blocked her. Looking at Jianghu's pink face and red lips, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a dry mouth, it's nothing. You and I are a family. Brother-in-law should do something for you. No. The more Xiaohua acted like this, the more Jianghu wanted to take advantage of him. She said coquettishly, you must give me a kiss. Otherwise, this little sister will feel apologetic. Brother-in-law is really too good to me. Go. Facing Jianghu's coquettishly pouting, Xiaohua suddenly felt that he had some resistance. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. He waved his hand and said, if your sister knew, she would be angry, hee. Jianghu smiled faintly as if she saw a little rooster that she could secretly eat. She stopped and asked, brother-in-law, this little sister won't ask about other things. That Princess Xianxia that you mentioned just now. Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He looked at Jianghu and shouted in the same inconceivable way, you. I didn't say anything. Brother-in-law. Jianghu turned a blind eye and said with a smile, do you want to hide the matters of men from us women? Even if you didn't say anything, how could we not know? Damn it. Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. Like a defeated rooster, he drooped his head. Even Jianghu could see through it with a glance. How could Fairy Hongxia not see through it? Although Xiaohua didn't intend to hide anything, seeing this situation, he was also quite disheartened. Hee, brother-in-law. Looking at such a cute Xiaohua, Jianghu rolled her eyes and said, how about this, don't be in a hurry to find sister. First, you should clarify the matters of the 3 continents. After you have some clues, you can go find sister to discuss it and tell her everything about Princess Xianxia. Perhaps sister is dissatisfied with you, but seeing you rushing about for the sake of the billions of people in the 3 continents, she wouldn't blame you too much, right? After her anger subsides and the immortal formation is broken, Fairy Hongxia and Princess Xianxia will also meet. Wouldn't that be perfect? What do you think? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5049. Alright. Xiaohua obviously didn't know what Jianghu was thinking. He could only nod and say, then I'll listen to you and not tell your sister about this. Hee, Xiaohua is so cute. He's already the supreme of the human race, yet he still cares so much about Fairy Hongxia's thoughts. Jianghu couldn't help but laugh in her heart. If I, Ziming, Fairy Hongxia, and Princess Zixia were placed together, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Alas, what a pity, Ziming is destined to be a sacrifice. My hope is probably still in the future, right? Thinking of this, Jianghu was about to speak when Xiaohua urged her again. Oh right, Jianghu, while I'm here, you should fuse with that bloodline. Don't let anything go wrong when you fuse alone. Jianghu smiled and said, brother-in-law, what bad idea are you thinking of now? What bad idea? Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, aren't I afraid something will happen to you? I'll help you guard. Hee, brother-in-law, fusing with the bloodline is different from comprehending Xingyu. You have to be completely naked. Jianghu said with a sly face. Cough cough. When Xiaohua heard this, he naturally thought of the situation when Feng Wu achieved the holy bloodline. He hurriedly coughed and said, brother-in-law isn't from the demon race, so I don't know about this. Don't blame me. Alas, brother-in-law. Jianghu said with melancholy, how good would it be if you came back a few years earlier? That. Xiaohua retreated and didn't dare to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, Jianghu, if you can fuse with the bloodline, do it as soon as possible. Brother-in-law still has things to do, don't worry, brother-in-law. Jianghu saw that she had loosened the reins only to grasp them better and didn't dare to make Xiaohua feel disgusted. She hurriedly nodded and said, if it was before, I definitely wouldn't dare to rashly nod my head. But now, I've already comprehended the Green Hill 9 transformations. It can be said that the direction of cultivation is already stable. This bloodline is just a strong cornerstone that allows me to cultivate the Green Hill 9 transformations. Of course, I'm currently weak and don't dare to fuse with it easily. After a period of time, I'll find a secret place to fuse with the bloodline. There won't be any mistakes. That's good. Xiaohua, who had already started to tidy up the capital star array, said, if you feel unsafe, brother-in-law can give you some more. Xiaohua originally wanted to say the demonic beasts, but he suddenly remembered that the Kunlun mirror wasn't by his side, so he couldn't take out the demonic beasts from the space. He immediately shut his mouth, but a moment later, he thought of another matter. Thus, Xiaohua stopped again and said helplessly, sigh, brother-in-law is really old and forgetful. I almost forgot something just now. Could it be a surprise? Jianghu swallowed the nine-tailed fox bloodline and asked with a smile. It's not much of a surprise. I just want you to help me see how I should deal with this fox clan. As Xiaohua spoke, he took out a spirit storage bag and took out the great demon who called himself Wuxia from the Shenhua continent. Hu Mao came out and did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and said, Great Sage Xiao, why have you called me out? Jianghu was dumbstruck. She looked at Wuxia in disbelief. Her little mouth was wide open. Xiaohua had given her too many surprises. So many that she couldn't even react. Didn't this old man say before? I don't know your background, so I can't deal with you. Here, this is my little sister. Let's see how she deals with you. Xiaohua said flatly, his manner as dignified as a great sage of the human race. Yes, this little one understands. Wuxia did not dare to say anything else. He followed Xiaohua's gaze to Jianghu. Wuxia was immediately dumbfounded. However, he made a decision in an instant. He prostrated himself in the air and kowtowed. So it's Miss Jiao. This little one kowtows to Miss Jiao. Hee. Jianghu was unmoved by Wuxia's kowtow. She sneered and said, Wuxiong, this world is really small. After thousands of years, you still fell into my hands. Back then, when you forced me to kill me, and when you joined the Snow Wolf King and told the Snow Wolf King all the secrets of the Qingqiu clan, you never thought that such a day would come. Even though he was called Wuxia, he was actually called Hu Qiong. He prostrated himself in the air but did not plead, and instead said flatly, Miss Zhou, I'm sure you know better than I do what the Qingqiu clan is like. Yesterday, I joined the 10,000 Demon Realms Great Sage of the Demon Race, and today, you joined the 10,000 Demon Realms Great Sage of the Human Race. You and I are both struggling at death's door, doing our best to continue the Qingqiu clan's bloodline. Back then, when I forced you to kill you, I was forced to do so by the Snow Wolf King. As for the secrets of the Qingqiu clan, don't worry, Miss Zhou. I won't tell anyone even if I die. At that, Hu Qiong even looked up slightly at Xiao Hua. There was no telling if he was trying to sow discord or prove his worth. Seeing that both Xiao Hua and Jiao Xia were silent, Hu Qiong continued, As for today, I won't say much since I've fallen into your hands. There's a saying among humans that the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. Since the great sage of the human race has handed me over to you, you may do as you please. Hee hee. There was no way Jiao Xia did not know what Hu Qiong was up to, and laughed coldly. Hu Qiong, if you didn't reveal Green Hill's secret, how would the Snow Wolf King know where I am, and why would she keep chasing me? Don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. There are many secrets of the Qingqiu clan, and if you reveal my whereabouts, you're revealing the secrets of the Qingqiu clan. Hu Qiong glanced coolly at Jiao Xia and smiled. If that's the case, Miss Zhou, it seems that you've revealed more secrets of the Qingqiu clan than I did. Damn it. Jiao Xia's face flushed. She knew that Hu Qiong was referring to the nine-tailed fox's corolla, and that he had mistakenly assumed that she had offered it to Xiao Hua in exchange for protection. Jiao Xia wanted to retort, but she could not help blushing when she realized that Hu Qiong was speaking the truth. Moreover, the corolla's power did not completely vanish from Xiao Hua's body, and as a member of the Qingqiu clan, Hu Qiong could tell at once. Jiao Xia could not retort. After some thought, Jiao Xia said, Hu Qiong, you're speaking the truth. After all, the Qingqiu clan is now in decline, and the death of another would weaken our bloodline by another notch. That's why I'm betting with your life, betting that I wouldn't kill you. From the bottom of my heart, I really don't want to kill you. It's not just because of your bloodline, but also because I need help. You're a member of the Qingqiu clan, and 100 times more suitable than other demon spirits. That's why congratulations, you've won the bet. Thank you, Miss Zhou. Hu Qiong's face did not show any joy, and instead kowtowed to express his gratitude. But Jiao Xia changed the topic. You're now a great demon, and far from being subdued by us, so I'll have to leave a seal on your body. Hu Qiong was not surprised, and nodded, Do as you wish, Miss Zhou. Brother-in-law. Jiao Xia smiled, I'll leave this to you. No problem. Xiao Hua smiled, and opened his mouth. The chanting of gods and ghosts came out of his mouth, and 7 strange green runes appeared out of thin air. Hu Qiong's heart shuddered when he saw the runes appear, and an indescribable terror could not help but surge out, as if the 7 runes could easily send him into the underworld. Hu Qiong's fear did not stop there. Tens of thousands of soul strands grew out of Xiao Hua's forehead, and like tentacles, the soul strands touched various parts of the runes at lightning speed. A moment later, an obscure fluctuation with an inexplicable soul power was born from 6 of the runes, and the 9 runes slowly transformed into 6 fist-sized green skeletons. Great sage. Hu Qiong could not help but whisper, You don't have to do this, do you? This humble one is from a side branch of the Qingqiu clan, and although my bloodline cannot compare to Miss Zhou's, but since this humble one has pledged allegiance to Miss Zhou, it's better to be safe than sorry. Xiao Hua urged his soul technique, and his voice was like a ghost's. Following his cold snort, the 6 skeletons rushed to various parts of Hu Qiong's body. At the same time, the 7th rune began to spin, and a vortex as thin as the tip of a needle appeared at the center of the rune. As soon as the vortex appeared, an equally thin suction force appeared and fell on Hu Qiong's head, whoosh whoosh. The suction force was as thin as a needle at first, but it grew stronger with a swishing sound, and finally completely enveloped Hu Qiong. At the same time, the 6 skeletons that fell on Hu Qiong's body disappeared, and then a faint blood shadow was slowly pulled out of Hu Qiong's body by the suction force, and was sucked into the rune. When the shadow fell into the rune shook violently, and waves of dark green light fell into the void. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. Pa! The rune shattered, and a wisp of soul flame was born from within. Hu Qiong did not feel anything wrong, but when he looked at the wisp of soul flame, he had a strange feeling. It was as if he was divided into 2, one standing here, and the other standing in the wisp of soul flame, and both of them were looking at each other. Hee hee. Jianghu smiled, and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law. With your soul-capturing technique, that old thing will have to listen to me for the rest of his life." Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. The wonder of this technique is not only that Hu Qiong's life is in your hands, but also that the power of the restrictive technique increases with your cultivation. If you don't have 10 times your power, don't even think about breaking it. Great sage. Hu Qiong could not help wailing softly, what are you afraid of? Jianghu glared at him. As long as you do your best for Qingshu Mountain and don't betray me, it's no different from not having this restriction. Moreover, Hu Qiong, there are some things I can't tell you right now. This isn't just a restriction, it's also a test. As long as you pass the test, there will definitely be a place for you in Qingshu Mountain in the future. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 50-50. How could Hu Qiong take Jianghu's words seriously? He only thought that it was an empty promise and smiled bitterly. Yes, I understand. Get up. Jianghu didn't explain. She waved her hand to indicate for Hu Qiong to stand up, and then she said to Xiaohua, brother-in-law, little sister will take Hu Qiong over first. Little sister will notify brother-in-law once the matter of the immortal formation is settled. Okay. Xiaohua smiled and kept the capital star array and the seal of overturn the sea. He said, thank you for your trouble. Hee hee, we're family, don't worry. Jianghu pursed her lips and smiled. This isn't the 10,000 demon realm? After the restriction was removed, Hu Qiong looked around and exclaimed in surprise. Jianghu glanced at him and said faintly, of course it's not the 10,000 demon realm. There's the Snow Wolf King in the 10,000 demon realm, how can I stay here? This is the Dawn Rain continent. There's no demon saint. But... Hu Qiong wanted to say something, but when he looked at Xiaohua, he hesitated. Xiaohua glanced at him and did not ask more. He nodded at Jianghu and flew to the back earth stockade. After Xiaohua left, Hu Qiong whispered, Miss Jiu, when are we returning to the 10,000 demon realm? Why are we returning to the 10,000 demon realm? Jianghu did not understand. Hu Qiong looked around and whispered, Miss Jiu, I won't hide it from you. There's a reason why I joined the Snow Wolf King. Oh? What's the reason? Jianghu was surprised when she saw how mysterious Hu Qiong was. Miss Jiu, please wait. Hu Qiong looked around worriedly and raised his hand to set up a restriction. He then took out a fox-shaped object and handed it to Jianghu. Miss Jiu, what do you think this is? See. Jianghu saw the object and gasped, relic. Relic realm? That's right. Hu Qiong said respectfully, this object was originally in the hands of the Snow Wolf King in the 10,000 demon realm. I joined the Snow Wolf King for this object. Unfortunately, after I obtained it, I was captured by the great sage of the human clan before I could find the entrance from the 10,000 demon realm to the legacy realm. Now that I have pledged my allegiance to Lady Jiu, I shall offer this item to Lady Jiu to show my loyalty. When Jianghu received the Fox clan's inherited demon artifact, his heart was as clear as fire. Hu Qiong must have already been to the legacy world. Furthermore, Xiaohua must have taken away the bloodline before Hu Qiong arrived at the legacy world. Otherwise, Hu Qiong wouldn't have given the inherited demon artifact to him so easily. However, Jianghu was still ecstatic when she received it. She hurriedly asked, since you're in a hurry to return to the 10,000 demon realm, don't tell me you haven't found the entrance from the 10,000 demon realm to the legacy realm. I did find some clues, but I can't be sure. Hu Qiong said as he handed over something that looked like an animal skin and said, if Miss Jiao has the chance to return to the 10,000 demon realm, I will accompany Miss Jiao to find it. All right. Jiao Xia took the beast skin and looked at it. With a smile on her face, she said, if I get it, I will definitely give you half of it. Many thanks to Miss Jiao. Hu Qiong was also happy and hurriedly bowed. Hee. Almost at the same time, Hu Qiong and Jiao Xia laughed in their hearts. This was because they both knew that the inherited demon artifact of the Fox clan could no longer be used. Even if they found the entrance to the legacy world, it was impossible for them to enter. Moreover, they both knew that in the legacy world, there was no Fox clan's true bloodline. Xiaohua naturally didn't know the thoughts of the Fox clan. He was now close to the Empress Earth stronghold. Huang Tong, who imprisoned the snow wolf, had just returned. She stood beside Xiaohua and looked at the undulating mountain range in the distance. She whispered, fellow cultivator, I imprisoned the snow wolf in a secret place underground. If there is no special opportunity, no one will find it. Of course, I didn't set up any special restrictions in that secret place. In the future, someone will find it. Fellow Daoist, you've done well. Xiaohua nodded. Although she's imprisoned, there's always a way out. When someone discovers the snow wolf, that'll be the moment she escapes. If it was I who did it earlier, why would I let her live? Huang Tong sneered. Daoist which also stood on the other side. He looked into the distance and asked, fellow cultivator, how confident are you in reviving Midnight? Why don't you let I do it? If fellow cultivator does it, it's naturally the best. Xiaohua said with a serious face. At this moment, rain had begun to fall from the millions of Meng mountains. The heavy dark clouds were like the bottom of the Milky Way, suddenly leaking out. The rain poured down like a waterfall, slowly covering the entire heaven and earth. Layers of water vapor rose from the mountain range, blocking Xiaohua's eyes and covering his heart. After a while, Xiaohua said, if it was before, I would do the same. However, since Ziming can't escape, and I's son is the new shaman king, if I don't do it for my son, how can I face Ziming? Therefore, it's better for I to do it this time. Some things are natural, and some things are inevitable. Huang Tong sighed. If it was before, fellow cultivator would be modest. However, for the sake of your son, even if it's just a little bit of face, fellow cultivator has to fight for it. Xiaohua nodded. There's a saying in the human race, you don't know the kindness of your parents until you're a parent. Until now, I suddenly felt the helpless feeling of my master that day, the feeling of being disappointed in me for not becoming steel. The feeling of breaking your own gold core and feeding it to I. It's time to go back to the myriad Thunder Valley. Huang Tong naturally felt the misery in Xiaohua's heart. She squeezed out a smile and said, fellow cultivator took away the immortal slaying platform in the myriad Thunder Valley. I wonder what's the situation in the Imperial Thunder sect now. Since I've returned to the Dawn Rain continent, all the karma will be settled. Xiaohua was anxious to return home, but when he really set foot on the Dawn Rain continent, he was actually afraid of returning home. He looked in the direction of the Imperial Thunder sect and said, let's wait for I to settle them one by one. Okay. Huang Tong nodded and said, previously, fellow cultivator left alone. Now, we'll accompany fellow cultivator back in a grand manner. Isn't it just like that sentence? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It's not that there's no karma, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Daoist which also said, when the time comes, those who have a grudge will take revenge, those who have a grudge will take revenge. Haha, that's right. Huang Tong laughed and followed Daoist which into the space. Yes, those who have a grudge will take revenge, those who have a grudge will take revenge. Xiaohua spoke in a low voice as the lightning of the three corpses surged around him. He released his shaman body and urged his figure to charge towards Empress Earth's stronghold. His voice still lingered in the rain, and it resounded out like thunder. Now's the time. Huda's stronghold was still the same Huda's stronghold. Hundreds of years of time couldn't leave any marks on this shaman stronghold. However, the surroundings of Huda's stronghold were different from when Xiao Hua and the others came. The mountain range in between the foothills were full of millets. Although it was raining and the millet stalks were swaying with the wind, they were still very strong and didn't fall down. Some of the millet grains had been blown into the flowing water, but there was no need to worry. Wherever the millet grains fell, there would be new millet grains growing. Xiao Hua's virtue had truly supported the lives of millions of Meng Mountain's natives. In the back mountain of Huda's stronghold, inside the bone palace that was built with bones and skeletons, the statue of Huda Great God stood there like a mountain. However, this time, the statue was different from before. One side of the statue glowed with an extremely bright green halo. Within the halo, wisps of blood flickered. In particular, the bloody waves of the nether blood sea were reflected in the void from time to time as the wisps of blood flickered. On the other side of the statue, there was a withered tree that looked like an ancient tree. No light could be seen, and there were many green characters that looked like they were dead engraved on it. Around the statue of Huda Great God, all the elders of the 12 shaman strongholds were kneeling down. Behind them, there were 99 elders of the upper stronghold and 360 elders of the lower stronghold. These soul cultivators, and shamans of different ages and appearances were all putting their foreheads on the ground with a pious look on their faces, while chanting something in a low voice. The strange rhythm lasted for a long time in the bone palace. Under the rhythm, the light of Huda Great God would flicker from time to time, and occasionally, the statue of Huda Great God would even let out a hoarse noise, while tiny whirlpools that looked like swimming fishes would appear on the roof of the bone palace. However, the statue of Huda Great God that looked like an ancient tree didn't shine at all. The elder of Rushu's stronghold was an old man whose face had turned blue. His name was Jisheng, and his forehead was also touching the ground with a thoughtful look in his eyes. However, at this moment, he slightly tilted his head and saw a young man standing not far away from him. The young man was tall and sturdy, and his skin was naturally covered in tiny water ripples. As the young man was chanting, the water ripples moved slightly, and wisps of watery light flowed out from the ripples. This young man was none other than Nualin, the elder of Gonggang Stronghold. Jisheng remained silent for a while, then sent a message to Nualin with a low voice. "Nualin, I have something to ask you." Nualin paused briefly, then stopped chanting. She didn't respond, but looked around, then sent a message back to Jisheng. "Jisheng, can't you tell me after the praying ceremony?" "Of course not." Jisheng responded, "I want to ask you about the praying ceremony." Nualin was impatient, so she urged, "Just say it." "Hee hee." Jisheng chuckled and asked, "Nualin, let me ask you, how long does a praying ceremony usually take?" Nualin frowned and responded, "How am I supposed to know? This is the first time for me to take part in a praying ceremony." "What about the records in your Gonggang Stronghold's Magus Codex?" asked Jisheng in a meaningful tone. "I don't know." Nualin responded straightforwardly, "I didn't read the Magus Codex. P.S. My friends who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, recommend it, collect it, or give it as a reward. Chapter 50-51. I've read it. Ji Shui responded, "I especially read it before I came to Huda village." "Why did you read the Magus Code?" Nuamo asked curiously. "When the Magus King ordered us to come to Huda village, he didn't say anything about returning to the arms of Huda God. How do you know that he'll go to the netherworld?" "Ah, Nuamo." Ji Shui sighed and said, "Jianji and the young Ji man from Huda village went to Wuxia Mountain tens of years ago. About 14 years ago, that young Ji man lived in Magus King village alone, and never walked out of Wuxia Mountain in the past 10 years. "Oh? Really?" Nuamo paused and said, "If so, it's possible." "What do you mean it's possible?" "The Magus King has already returned to the arms of Huda God." Ji Shui sneered and said, "Besides, I'm telling you, 100 years ago, the Magus King sent a Magus to Huda village and searched around 10,000 miles around Huda village. It's meaningless to talk about this." Nuo said impatiently, "You're just giving advice after the fact. The Magus King told us to wait in Huda village, and he has already gone to the netherworld." "You're right. The problem now is, why hasn't the new Magus King shown up yet? Only half of Huda God in Huda village has woken up, and half of the gods in the other 11 villages must have woken up as well. What should we do now? We've been praying for a whole day and night, but why hasn't the new Magus King shown up yet?" "Needless to say," Ji Shui said blandly, "something must have happened when the new Magus King was born. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long. According to the Magus Code of our Russia village, the Magus Code of our Russia village shows that a god-praying priest takes about a meal, and the longest one lasts 2 hours. What should we do?" Nuo Mo from Gong Gong village was startled, and even forgot to send a spiritual power to Ji Shui. Ji Ju was stunned. He glared fiercely at Nuobu, regretting that he should not have spoken to this straightforward elder Wu. However, it was fine. Not only Ji Meng and Nana, even Jianji and the other elders were confused. However, they didn't dare to stop the ritual without a reason. Nuofu's scream happened at the right time. Everyone stopped the ritual. Jianji even coughed and asked, "Ahem. Nuofu, what are you doing? What's the matter?" "Jianji, let me ask you, where's your G-man?" Nuobu asked directly. "Oh, Ziming is accompanying the Shaman King in the Shaman King village." Jianji didn't conceal anything and replied. Then, Nuobu seemed to be organizing her words. She thought for a moment and asked, "Why hasn't the new Shaman King appeared? Is this related to Ziming?" "This." Jianji slightly shook his head, gave a bitter smile and said, "I don't know either. I'm afraid that we can only wait for Ziming to come back and ask him." "Jianji," Ji Ju asked, "Before I came here, I read the Magus book of our Russia village. Normally, a god's praying ritual lasts for half an hour. Today's god's praying ritual. Is it too long?" Jianji nodded and said, "I'm confused too. I think you all have the same feeling as me. If I'm not mistaken, something must have happened in the Shaman King village." Even though Jianji was straightforward, he didn't dare to say that something had happened to the new Shaman King in the ancestral hall of Ho-Tu village. However, Jianji was different. He knew something about the new Shaman King, and this was Ho-Tu village. Nevertheless, once Jianji said that, everyone in the bone-setting hall started whispering, just like a firecracker being set off by a spark. Everyone couldn't help but express their doubts. Jianji didn't stop them. Instead, he let them whisper. After a long while, the hall finally quieted down. Jianji. Pan Zhu, the elder of Zhurong village said, "What the hell is going on?" Now that the Shaman King asked us to gather in Ho-Tu village, he must have made some arrangement. "Hurry, tell us." Without any hesitation, Jianji said, "I don't know what arrangement the Shaman King has made. But I can tell you about his arrangement." "All right." All the elder magi urged, "Hurry up and tell us. Perhaps we could find the new Shaman King together." Closely after that, Jianji told them about the arrangement of the Shaman King. Finally, he said, the Shaman King knew that the new Shaman King would be born in Ho-Tu village. Therefore, he asked you to come here. He even asked Ziming to go to Shaman King village. However, I don't know why the new Shaman King hasn't appeared yet. Let's go. Feng Ji said without hesitation, "It's meaningless for us to stay in Ho-Tu village. Let's go to Shaman King village as soon as possible." "But," Jianji said with a bitter smile, "without the order of the Shaman King, we couldn't enter Shaman God Ridge. The Shaman King has returned to the netherworld. There's no old Shaman King's order in this world. If we follow this order, we couldn't find the trace of the new Shaman King." Jianji added, "Additionally, if the new Shaman King couldn't be born, we couldn't wait for the new Shaman King's order. Therefore, we couldn't enter Shaman God Ridge anymore. Everything that happened in Shaman King village would become a mystery. Yes, we have to go to Shaman King village even if we violate the order of the ancestor." Jian Feng, the shaman of Shuhai village, said without hesitation, otherwise, the new shaman king couldn't appear. But we broke into Shaman King village without the order of the shaman king. Jianji said after being hesitant, it's a big crime. If we die, I'm afraid that we couldn't even return to the embrace of the hooded god. In a split second, all the others became silent. Everyone. Seeing the dead silence in the hall, Jianji thought for a while and said, since the shaman king asked you to gather in Huda village, I should take responsibility for this matter. You wait here, I'll go to Shaman God Ridge now. How can that be? Ruo Jianji immediately shouted before Jianji could finish his words, if you want to go, I'll go with you. You're the son of the Huda god, but am I not the son of the Gonggang god? If you can't return to the embrace of the Huda god, I'll accompany you. I'll go too. Jianji of Rushu village said with a smile, the great god Rushu is the most benevolent. If the Huda god doesn't accept us, we'll go find the great god Rushu. Humph. The other shaman elders snorted and shouted, we're all the sons of the 12 great gods. Why can't we go? Jianji felt warm in his heart when he heard the 11 elders of sorcerers' words. Although there were many conflicts and even wars between the villages, when it came to the most critical moment, everyone remembered that they were the descendants of the 12 great sorcerer and had the bloodline of the sorcerer in their bodies. With such unity, what difficulties could they not overcome? We'll go with you to Shaman King village. Hundreds of shaman elders from other villages said in unison, I'm sure the Huda god won't refuse to let us go, right? Jianji laughed and said, in that case, we'll all go. However, we don't all have to go to Shaman God Ridge. I'll send a message to Ziming and find out the situation first. What do you think? Okay. The shaman elders nodded and said, let's do that. Since the shaman elders had made up their minds, they didn't waste any time. They all flew out of the bone palace and prepared to leave in the heavy rain. At this moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew over from a distance away, covering the entire Huda village within a moment. Jianji's bone phoenix was about to spread its wings, but at this moment, it trembled and retracted its wings. Its entire skeleton was shaking while making a creaking noise, then it shrunk into a ball. Not to mention the bone phoenix, even the mounts of the other shaman elders had all huddled up and retracted their heads into their wings, daring not to stick their heads out. Who? Jianji and the other shaman elders were all shocked. They couldn't believe it, and Jianji couldn't help but shout. Swoosh. As Jianji's probing sound landed, an overwhelming aura surged over. Wherever this aura passed, the dark clouds in the sky rolled, and the rain between the heavens and the earth was swept away. It was as if it was a sunny day, and the mountains and plains were filled with a kind of freshness. When this sense of power descended and covered all the shaman elders, the shaman elder of Gonggang village couldn't help but shout out in shock, This is the will of the supreme shaman? What's going on? Jianji was also greatly shocked. He held back the fear that involuntarily rose in his heart and rushed into the sky, yelling, the will of the supreme Magus is twice as strong as that of the Magus king. How is this possible? Woo! Before Jianji could fly a few dozen feet further, from the source of the aura, countless huge green seal script characters shot up into the sky. When the green seal script characters disappeared, a series of voices of gods and ghosts could be heard. The gloomy clouds that had covered millions of Meng mountains a moment ago were wiped away like a pair of giant hands, revealing the blue sky. Right in the middle of the sky, a crimson-red sun was revealed, shining its warm sunlight onto the damp and gloomy millions of Meng mountains. The gloomy atmosphere of the Shaman King's death was instantly swept away. Amidst the sunlight, a supreme shaman, who was thousands of feet tall, flew over while stepping on thunderbolts. Although the appearance of this supreme shaman couldn't be seen clearly, the pure body of the supreme shaman, and the green seal characters that looked like flood dragons around him, and the soul strands all revealed the identity of this supreme shaman. Shaman King. Not only Jianji, even the hundreds of shaman elders had the same thought in their minds, this is the new Shaman King. Jianji and the other shamans didn't dare to hesitate. Hastily, they kneeled down in midair and shouted, we greet the Shaman King. After saying that, they crossed their arms in front of their chests and knelt down. However, out of their expectation, an irresistible force came out like a tidal wave and blocked them. At the same time, a thunderous voice was heard, "I'm not your new shaman king. Your new shaman king hasn't been born yet." P.S. For all my fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, or tip it. Thank you for your tip, little Jinjian. Chapter 50-52. Along with the voice, the god of sorcerers' human form landed in front of them. Shao. Shao Hua, Daoist Shao. The green light around the god of sorcerer retracted, revealing Shao Hua's appearance. Although it had been a few hundred years, Jianji still recognized Shao Hua at first glance. He was shocked, and after a moment of daze, he exclaimed, "Yes, it's really me." Shao Hua smiled and retracted his god of sorcerers avatar, which gradually returned to its original size. However, he didn't retract his avatar. You. Shibai village's shaman Zhu Min naturally also recognized Shao Hua. However, he didn't associate the shaman god in front of him with the little cultivator from before. Only when Shao Hua personally admitted it did he belatedly call out, "You're really Shao Hua? How is this possible?" "Nothing is impossible." Shao Hua looked at the other elders and asked, "What are you waiting for? Who is Daoist Shao?" Zhu Min recognized Shao Hua, but the other elders didn't. Even though some of them had seen Shao Hua in the Bone Palace before and wanted to ask, facing Shao Hua's god of sorcerers aura, which was even stronger than that of a shaman king, they couldn't even breathe, so how could they ask? Daoist Shao. Jianji didn't dare to neglect and quickly answered, "Millions of shaman kings of Meng Mountain have returned to the embrace of great goddess Hudu, but a new shaman king hasn't been born yet. We want to go to Shaman Ridge to find out. You don't have to go." Shao Hua understood and waved his hand, "I just came out from Shaman Ridge, I know what happened." Daoist Shao, is this true? Jianji asked in disbelief. Shao Hua nodded, "If not, why would Ziming go to Shaman Ridge?" Every elders had different reactions, and their thoughts were also different. However, Shao Hua didn't explain too much. He looked around at the elders and said indifferently, "I left early, so I don't know the details. But you don't have to worry, everything is under the arrangement of the Shaman King." Earlier, these Magus elders were still a bit suspicious of Shao Hua, who was a stranger to them, but when they heard Shao Hua call out the Magus King's name, all their doubts disappeared. Except for the Magus elders of the 12 Magus villages, even the Magus elders of the 99 Magus villages couldn't possibly know the Magus King's name. "Jinren Shao, what's going on?" Nua'a of Gonggang village asked cautiously. Shao Hua looked around and said with a smile, "Are we going to talk here? Do you want to listen to all of them?" Jianji came to his senses and hurriedly bowed, "Spiritual master, this way please." Although it was still Shao Hua, Jianji no longer dared to treat Shao Hua as a little cultivator. His face was full of respect. "Wait." After taking a few steps forward, Shao Hua suddenly turned his head around and looked at the group of shaman elders in the upper and lower strongholds, saying, "Millions of shaman kings of Meng Mountains will return to the 9 underworlds, and this is the day of sacrifice for the soul cultivators. How dare you demons come here and disturb us? How audacious." Along with this voice, 20 or so in thunder of 3 corpses transformed into sharp swords and shot towards the 20 or so shaman elders at lightning speed. Aoo. Under the attack of the in thunder of 3 corpses, the 20 or so shaman elders all fell to the ground while howling. Clouds of dim devil energy surged out, and the demons in the devil energy were killed by the in thunder of 3 corpses before they could even show themselves. Damn it. Seeing this, Jianji couldn't help but become furious. He shouted, "There are actually demons in the midst of the god-praying ceremony. Where is the face of our Huda village?" Men, elders of the 12 shaman villages, quickly investigate the origins of these shaman elders and rush to these shaman villages. If you find anything inappropriate, immediately kill them. Sigh, demons. They are really everywhere. Shao Hua sighed slightly. Although he had a clone that was also a demon lord, he was still a demon lord. The other shaman elders should stay here as well. Don't leave first. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, wait until I finish explaining the reason for this matter, then you all can make a decision. Yes, Daoist. The divine abilities displayed by Xiaohua were indeed powerful, and these divine abilities were all soul cultivation divine abilities. The group of Elder Wu was convinced, and they all nodded their heads carefully as they spoke. Everyone surrounded Xiaohua and entered the Bone Palace. Xiaohua stood in front of the hooded great god statue and looked around. He sighed and said, the Bone Palace is still the same Bone Palace, the hooded great god is still the same, but the people standing here have changed a lot. Hearing this, Jianji's face changed slightly. He said anxiously, Daoist, you mean, hee, it's fine. You 12 shaman elders are all real shaman elders. Don't worry about this. Xiaohua said with a smile, if there was anything inappropriate, I would have already made a move. Phew. Jianji let out a long breath and said with a smile, that's good. If they were also invaded by the demons, then it would be troublesome. We are all descendants of the 12 great gods, how can the demons occupy us? Nuabu said with disdain. You are wrong. Xiaohua said with a smile, there are also Daoist cultivators who are several times more powerful than you and have also practiced the soul cultivation technique. There are Daoist cultivators who are more powerful than me? Nuabu was stunned, and they have also practiced the soul cultivation technique? How is that possible? Xiaohua looked at Nuabu and asked, do you know what is on the other side of $1 Million Meng Mountain? Defeat Yak Immortal Alliance. Nuabu answered without hesitation, a very powerful Daoist alliance. Why, are you talking about the Daoist experts of Defeat Yak Immortal Alliance? Xiaohua nodded and said, you are right and wrong. Nuabu asked curiously, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by right and wrong? Because that expert is on the other side of $1 Million Meng Mountain. However, the Defeat Yak Immortal Alliance you mentioned is only one of the 72 immortal alliances of the Heaven Alliance, and it is the weakest one. Xiaohua said with a smile, in addition, I also want to tell you that other than the Heaven Alliance, there is also a Dao Alliance. This Dao Alliance has 81 immortal alliances, and each of them is more powerful than the Defeat Yak Immortal Alliance. Hiss. Jianji came to a realization, took a deep breath and said, Daoist Xiao, so you have been going to Meng Mountain all these years? Yes. Xiaohua nodded and answered, don't think that soul cultivation is very unique. No matter how unique it is still a cultivation method. Once there is a flaw, it will still be taken advantage of by the devil race. A devil general can't take over your body, but what about a devil commander? If you are really useful, then what about a devil emperor? Cough cough. Nuabu said embarrassedly, if a devil emperor comes, why would he need to take over my body? He can just kill me directly. Jianji sighed and said, that's right. Our soul cultivation is somewhat similar to your Daoist sect. Our shaman strongholds are not very lucky. Many soul cultivation techniques had already been lost. Now, the shaman king has entered the netherworld, and the new shaman king is missing. Just thinking about it makes me worried. The new shaman king is not missing. Xiaohua said indifferently, the new shaman king is just not born in $1 Million Meng Mountain. What? Not born in $1 Million Meng Mountain? Then where is the new shaman king? Jianji cried out in shock. Of course it's in Meng Mountain. Xiaohua said smilingly, the Yilin continent ruled by the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance. How is that possible? Not only Jianji, all the other shaman elders felt it was inconceivable. This is the arrangement of the shaman king. Xiaohua explained without hiding anything, because he thinks the new shaman king is more suitable to be born there. Jianji looked at all the shaman elders, then asked Xiaohua, we know the shaman king must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. But the problem is, there are innate restrictive spells in the depths of $1 Million Meng Mountain. If we can't go there with our cultivation bases, when will the new shaman king be able to return to $1 Million Meng Mountain? Without the Shaman King, can't you all survive in $1 Million Meng Mountain? Xiaohua asked, can't you all reorganize your soul cultivation and prepare to welcome the new Shaman King? Reverend Jianghu was puzzled and answered, how can we reorganize our soul cultivation? Without the Shaman King, where should we go? Who can give us guidance? At this point, Jianghu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Reverend, I'm not. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, the Shaman King has passed away. Originally, he wanted me to be the next Shaman King, but I'm going to ascend soon, and I don't have time to help you. Ascend? All the shaman elders looked at each other, and finally had an accurate estimation of Xiaohua's strength. But, I've been entrusted by the 12 great gods to bring you these. Xiaohua took out a Qianquan bag, and with a wave of his hand, many bones and other items flew out, landing in front of Jianghu and the other shaman elders. This is... Jianghu was puzzled, so he casually took one of them. When he scanned it with his soul sense, he was stunned. Then, he hurriedly released his soul sense and scanned the other bones. Finally, he looked up at Xiaohua excitedly and said, Reverend, these are the divine abilities bestowed to us by the great god Hoodoo. Where did you get them? That's right, these are the divine abilities of our great god. All the other shaman elders shouted with wild joy, and most of them have been lost. As these shaman elders shouted, they had already grasped the bones in front of them. Although they hadn't put them into their soul bags yet, they were sure that even if the Shaman King was standing in front of them, they wouldn't let go of these bones so easily. Xiaohua said slowly, it doesn't matter where I got them. What matters is, these divine abilities of the great gods originally belonged to you shaman elders. What I'm doing is just following the order of the 12 great gods, to return these divine abilities to you shaman elders. Perhaps I didn't understand the meaning of the 12 great gods before, but today, seeing that the new Shaman King hasn't been born yet, and the old Shaman Kings have already returned to the great gods' embrace, how could I not know what the great gods are thinking? That's right. Jianghu suddenly realized what Xiaohua was talking about, and quickly shouted, the 12 great gods have already predicted the changes in Meng Mountains, and were afraid that we would fall apart. Therefore, they specially bestowed the divine abilities of the 12 shaman villages, allowing us to restore the glory of soul cultivators, and welcome the arrival of the new Shaman King. P.S. For all the fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, and give it a tip. Chapter 50-53. After saying that, Jianghu immediately knelt down in front of the statue of Hoodoo Great God, kowtowed and said, Boy understands Hoodoo Great God's will. Boy will now bestow the divine ability to the descendants of Great God to cultivate. When the new Shaman King returns, he will lead us back to glory. Seeing this, Xiaohua also knelt down and said, Junior Xiaohua, reporting to Hoodoo Great God. Junior was lucky enough to escape from the Buddhist formation. Now, I want to report to Hoodoo Great God that the new Shaman King Ming has entered the cycle of reincarnation. I hope Great God can grant him a safe reincarnation and be born in Yilan continent. When he returns to Mount Meng in the future, he will lead millions of soul cultivators back to glory. Shaman King Ming? Jianghu and others were even more delighted when they heard this. They all knelt down in front of Hoodoo Great God, kowtowing and praying. It was also strange. As they prayed, although the statue on one side of Hoodoo Great God didn't emit a dark green luster, strands of thread-like life force slowly filled it. The exuberant life force began to spread in the shrine of the god of the netherworld. Ha ha ha. Jianghu and others laughed, their previous worries were swept away. Xiaohua stood up with everyone and said, there is a saying in Xiaoyu continent that a jade can't be made into a treasure if it's not cut, and a man can't be made into a talent if he's not sharpened. Although there were many twists and turns in the birth of Shaman King Ming, it was precisely this sharpening that allowed him to become a far-sighted leader. Yes, yes. The group of elders nodded in agreement again. But after agreeing, Nuabu asked, Reverend, I haven't seen the Shaman King recently, but I really don't understand. Why must the new Shaman King be born in Yilan continent? Can't Xiaoyu continent do the same? Xiaohua didn't know if he should tell them about the Buddhist formation, but if he didn't, he couldn't explain why Ziming didn't return from Shaman King's stronghold. So, he thought for a while and asked Nuabu, "Have you seen the Shaman King?" "Of course." Nuabu felt strange. She looked at the other elders and said, "I've seen all of them." "What does the Shaman King look like?" Although Xiaohua didn't know what the Shaman King's soul looked like, he still asked. "What do you mean, Reverend?" Jianji was confused and asked, "Could it be that the Magus Kings you met were different from ordinary human beings?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. With a flick of his finger, the image of the Shaman King with a human face and a dragon tail appeared. "Nameless God?" Jianji and the other elder Wu cried out involuntarily, "Why does the Shaman King look like the 13th nameless great god?" "This is the true face of the Shaman King." Xiaohua indifferently said, "What you all saw was merely his soul body. Or perhaps it's called a soul shadow." When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course, all of you can also say that what all of you saw was the Shaman King's true body, and what I saw was merely the Shaman King's shaman body." Then where did Daoist Xiao meet the Shaman King? Ji Feng of the Rushu stronghold had already calculated, and now he asked, "Could it be that it's not the Witch King's stronghold of the Witch God Ridge?" "That's right, it's not the Shaman King village of the Shaman God Ridge." Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's in a sealed space." "Suppressed space? How is that possible?" Ji Feng of the Rushu stronghold cried out in shock again, "You're saying that the Shaman Kings of Armeng Mountain were actually suppressed?" "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not." Xiaohua knew that the elder Wu might not be able to accept it, so he indifferently said, "That's the truth, I saw it with my own eyes." Then Ziming. Jianji realized that something was wrong and hastily asked. "Ziming is also in that sealed space. Before the new Shaman King returns, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape." Xiaohua nodded and said. "Then how did Daoist Xiao escape?" Ji Feng of the Rushu stronghold asked. Xiaohua took a deep look at Ji Feng of the Rushu stronghold and answered, "Because the sealed space is suppressing someone related to the replacement of the old Shaman King, and I'm not." "Daoist Xiao isn't?" Ji Feng of the Rushu stronghold was startled. "I'm talking about someone related to the replacement of the old Shaman King." Xiaohua felt helpless, so he explained word by word, "I have nothing to do with the replacement of the old Shaman King." "I see." Xiaohua's denial actually meant another kind of acknowledgement, and all the elder Wu suddenly understood. "Daoist." Jianji of the Gonggang stronghold begged, "Can you tell us a little bit about the sealed space? We really didn't expect that the Shaman King had been sealed and suppressed all this time." Xiaohua nodded. On the way here, he had already thought it through clearly. Other than concealing the fact that the sealing array was a Buddhist array, he had also explained the majority of the matters regarding the sealing array, as well as the reason why the Shaman King had chosen to let Shaman Wang Ming descend to the Yilan continent. After Xiaohua finished speaking, the entire Huda Great Gods worshipping temple fell into complete silence. No one was willing to speak. The elder Wu of the 12 shaman strongholds had always thought highly of themselves. They felt that they were tens of thousands of times better than the Dao cultivators and sword cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. But only now did they understand the sadness behind the glory. The Shaman King, whom they regarded as a god, their leader, was actually sealed by a formation since he was born. For the sake of the inheritance of soul cultivators, the generations of Shaman Kings had always endured humiliation to survive, and had never leaked any information about this. When these Shaman Kings were living freely in the millions of Meng Mountains, the Shaman Kings had to face the endless darkness. Shaman King. Jianji of the Gonggang stronghold prostrated himself on the ground and cried out with his head buried in the ground, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you. Now, I finally understand your difficulties. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Jianji of the Gonggang stronghold didn't tell them what his mistake was, but judging from his remorseful expression, he had a deep understanding of his mistake. With Gonggang stronghold in such a state, how could the other elder Wu still remain standing? They all kneeled down in shame, including Jianji. Apart from kowtowing, the rest was the remorse in their hearts. But too bad, the tears would always come later. They could only wash away the dust on their faces, but could never wash away the remorse in their hearts. After a full hour, Xiaohua finally opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, please rise. The past is the past, and the present is happening now. Only the future is something we can change. Put away the remorse in your hearts, let the tears flow into your mouths, let yourself taste this bitterness, and turn this bitterness into a preparation for the Shaman King." The Shaman King said it well, "Bright, the sun and the moon are above, the light of the world is shining brightly. Wherever the bright returns, the millions of Meng mountains will shine brightly. You all need to do your job well, lead your mega stronghold and your subordinates well, and cultivate well with the gift of the 12 gods. In the future, the millions of Meng mountains will no longer be the same as today, and the soul cultivators will bring glory to the entire 4 continents. Thank you for your advice, Shaman Father." At this moment, all the elders had risen to their feet, and Jianji took the opportunity to bow and say, "If not for Shaman Father's message, we would still be in the dark." "Shaman Father?" Xiaohua was taken aback, then waved his hand and said, "That's the honorific title of the Shaman King, and I don't deserve it. I think it's better to call you Reverend Xiao." "Actually." Jianji looked around and said in a low voice, "Reverend, we soul cultivators don't have any ascension. If Reverend is still worried, you can give up your cultivation base of Dao League and just be the Shaman Father of soul cultivators." "Huh?" Xiaohua was shocked. He stared at Jianji and said in disbelief, "You, all the soul cultivators, can't ascend?" Jianji shrugged and answered with a helpless and bitter expression, "Of course, if you don't believe me, Reverend, you can ask the other elders. I've never heard of any shaman ascending from millions of Meng mountains, and there's no record of this in the shaman book of Huda's stronghold." "Damn it." Xiaohua cursed in a low voice, "I should have asked the Shaman King about this." Then, Xiaohua looked at the other elders. Sure enough, all the other elders shook their heads and said there was no record of this. "Fellow Daoist." Xiaohua was surprised, but he quickly asked Daoist Wu in his mind, "Is there any record of this in the inheritance of soul cultivators in the 3 continents? What do you think?" Daoist Wu was also surprised, and answered, "Fellow Daoist, there's no record of ascension in the inheritance of soul cultivators, but there's a saying that soul cultivators will return to the embrace of the gods. Returning to the Huda great god means entering the netherworld, but what about returning to the other gods? It doesn't necessarily mean that they will die. Besides, I also have the feeling of ascension, just like all of you. But to be specific, I's situation is similar to that of old man Gu Qiong. I only have the feeling, but I can't find the door of ascension, so I don't know where to go." "I understand." Xiaohua frowned and answered, "There are 3 possibilities. First, the ascension of soul cultivators is different from that of Daoists. They don't necessarily leave the Dawn Rain continent with their physical bodies. Second, the cultivation base of the millions of shamans in Meng Mountains is too weak. Because of the loss of their inheritance, none of them can ascend, so there's no record of this. Third, the existence of the Buddhist formation on Mount Meru has blocked the ascension passage of soul cultivators, so soul cultivators can't ascend." "But..." Daoist Wu was a little worried, "Fellow Daoist, you're about to ascend. What should I do?" "That's troublesome." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "It'll be good if you can ascend. But if you can't, do you have to stay on the Dawn Rain continent? Or do you have to enter the space and follow I to the immortal world?" "I have 2 plans." Daoist Wu made a decision, "It'll be best if I can ascend. If I can't, I'll either stay on the Wuming Mountains or stay with the Fortune Gate's disciples. If that's the case, why don't you be my father?" Xiaohua was moved and said, "My descendants will also be your descendants." "Good." Daoist Wu nodded in agreement. Xiaohua reached an agreement with Daoist Wu and said to Jianji, "To tell you the truth, the Shaman King had the intention of making I the Shaman King when he passed away. He also misunderstood that I was the new Shaman King. But he was wrong, and I didn't agree to be the Shaman King. There's one more thing. When I returned from the other side of the Wuming Mountains, I met a shaman who was even more powerful than I. This shaman was called Daoist Wu. Daoist Wu followed I to the Wuming Mountains, but he couldn't show himself in the space seal. So, I didn't dare to reveal his whereabouts. When he left the space seal, he said that he was going to find the origin of the 12 great gods, so he left first. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, tip it, and... Chapter 50-54. Having said that, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and looked at a spot outside the Bone Palace. He smiled and said, "All right, he is here. Just wait and see. I think he is more suitable to be the witch father than I. Everyone, follow me to welcome Daoist witch." What? There is a witch who is more powerful than Daoist? Jianghu was stunned. When he heard Xiaohua say that the witch had arrived, he was even more surprised. Ruobu, Ji Xiu, and the other grand magi could not follow Xiaohua's train of thought. They stood there in a daze. "Let's go." Xiaohua took a few steps forward, then turned his head and said unhappily, "This Daoist witch is an expert from Wuming Mountain Range. It seems like he has the same origin as all the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. If he is willing to help, you will no longer have to worry about being a witch king." Jianghu smiled wryly and said, "Daoist, we know your background and trust you, but the others? Hee, it doesn't matter. Just follow me to meet this fellow Daoist." Xiaohua smiled and said, he might not agree to help anyway. All right. Jianghu and the others nodded helplessly and followed Xiaohua out of the Bone Palace. In the entire Meng Mountains, aside from the clear sky within 10,000 miles of Huda's stronghold, everywhere else was still covered by dark clouds, and no sunlight could be seen. The dark clouds that covered the entire sky were like huge soul beasts, slowly devouring the sunlight and the clear sky. Roar. Just as Xiaohua brought all the grand magi and stood still outside the palace, they heard a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon coming from the depths of Meng Mountains. In just a brief moment, the roar had reached the vicinity of Huda's stronghold. Jianghu and the others quickly looked over and saw a towering witch divinity stepping on a green cloud, whistling toward them. Perhaps Daoist witch's appearance was not as shocking as Xiaohua's, but as he was born from the witch divinity, he did not need to use any divine ability. Just by standing in midair, he seemed to have gathered the aura of all the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains into his body. Furthermore, when Daoist witch revealed himself, all the elders of Meng Mountains had their eyes fixed on him. They couldn't see his face clearly under the dark green lightning threads, and the strange-looking crown on his head. Without any hesitation, they all knelt down and cried out, "Millions of people of Meng Mountains greet the witch sovereign." Xiaohua frowned. He was very puzzled, because he had never heard of the title of Shaman Emperor. Taoist priest Wu's body didn't shrink much when he landed on the ground. He waved his hand and helped all the Taoist elders up. He said with a thunderous voice, "Get up. There's no such thing as a shaman emperor in my soul cultivation legacy. It's all because some ordinary people have confused the term soul cultivator with the term of the secular world. Just call me Daoist witch. Junior doesn't dare." When Jianghu and the others saw that Taoist witch's aura was even more powerful than Xiaohua's, they didn't dare to call him Taoist witch. "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "I wonder if fellow Daoist can find the traces of the 12 great gods." "Sure, fellow Daoist knows." Taoist priest Wu answered casually, "I just started to search. I only found out that my Wuming Mountain Range is the same as the Million Meng Mountain Range. Also, it seems like the Million Meng Mountain Range is more prosperous in soul cultivation." I was delighted, but I encountered the change of my soul cultivator's witch luck. That's why I hurried back. From what I know, the shaman king that I have never met must have passed away and returned to the embrace of Huda great god. Sigh, what a pity. If it wasn't for that sealed space, I could still meet the shaman king here. If Taoist priest Wu said that he had met the shaman king, or even passed down the shaman king's message, Jianghu and the others might not know. They would definitely be suspicious. On the contrary, Taoist priest Wu said that he had never met the shaman king and said that he regretted it, which made Jianghu and the others even less suspicious. At this point, Taoist priest Wu asked, even though he already knew the answer, "Oh, by the way, where's the new shaman king? Has he been sent to the Yilan continent like fellow Daoist said?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, "I don't know about that. After all, these things were done by the shaman king after we left. However, fellow Daoist, the old shaman king has passed away, and the new shaman king has yet to appear. There's no shaman king in Million Meng Mountains, and the shaman elders are not confident. Just now, they wanted to ask I to be the shaman father. You know, although I know soul cultivation, I am still a Daoist cultivator, and I can't be the shaman father. I just thought of fellow Daoist, and here you are." "What? Fellow Daoist, you want I to be the shaman father of the new shaman king in Million Meng Mountains?" Taoist priest Wu pointed at his nose and said in surprise, "Don't forget that I am the shaman father of Wuming Mountain Range." "Yes." Xiao Hua smiled, "Didn't you say it just now? Wuming Mountain Range and Million Meng Mountains share the same origin, and there's no need to distinguish between them. Isn't it the same for you to be the shaman father of Wuming Mountain Range and Million Meng Mountains?" "Fellow Daoist, you are wrong." Taoist priest Wu shook his head and said, "I haven't seen the new shaman king, and I don't have any blood ties with the new shaman king. How can I be the shaman father of the new shaman king? We humans have the title of Godfather. I wonder if soul cultivators can use it as a reference." Xiao Hua still tried to persuade him. Taoist priest Wu shook his head again, "I came to the Lost Land for 2 reasons. First, I want to find the difference between Million Meng Mountains and Wuming Mountain Range, and find the origin of the 12 great gods. Second, I want to help fellow Daoist Xiao break the immortal formation. There are billions of living beings in the 3 continents, so let's not talk about the shaman father of Million Meng Mountains." Xiao Hua and Taoist priest Wu were answering their own questions, and they didn't discuss it with Jianghu and the others, but Jianghu and the others understood. Everyone was like that. If Taoist priest Wu wanted to be the shaman elder, Jianghu and the others might not agree, even if Taoist priest Wu had an extraordinary background and was the legendary shaman emperor of Million Meng Mountains. However, Taoist priest Wu didn't agree, and Jianghu and the others were a little moved. They looked at each other and talked to each other through telepathy. Jianghu stepped forward and said, "Senior, please listen to me." Taoist priest Wu smiled, "You don't have to say much. I was already exhausted in Wuming Mountain Range. Wouldn't it be even more tiring to go to Million Meng Mountains? I still want to comprehend the will of the great god and return to the great god's embrace as soon as possible." "That's a good idea, fellow Daoist." Xiao Hua said meaningfully, "However, you're going to be disappointed. The shaman elders have just told me that Million Meng Mountains don't have a passage similar to our Dao sects." "It can't be?" Taoist priest Wu looked worried, and he said in disbelief, "Million Meng Mountains is the birthplace of soul cultivators. How can it be?" "Senior." Jianghu hurriedly said, "As far as I know, Million Meng Mountains don't have such records. But whether it exists or not, it depends on the shaman king. The problem is..." Taoist priest Wu shook his head, "The shaman kings of Million Meng Mountains have returned to the great god Huda's embrace, but the new shaman king hasn't returned yet. So..." Jianghu smiled and said, "Senior can wait for the new shaman king to be born in Million Meng Mountains." "Well..." Taoist priest Wu hesitated, and he looked at Wuming Mountain Range. Xiao Hua took the opportunity and said, "Fellow Daoist, you've already arranged everything in Wuming Mountain Range. Moreover, there's a sealed space between Wuming Mountain Range and Million Meng Mountains. It's not realistic for you to return to Wuming Mountain Range. Why don't you stay in Million Meng Mountains for now? We'll talk about it later." Of course, Taoist priest Wu wouldn't agree immediately. He waved his hand and said, "I'll help you break the immortal formation first." "Hee, that's the only way." Xiao Hua saw that he couldn't persuade Taoist priest Wu, so he turned to Jianghu and the others and said, "I can't do anything if this fellow Daoist doesn't agree. However, think about it, isn't he more suitable than I? Moreover, he's more realistic." Yes. Jianghu hurriedly nodded, "Senior, please think about this. We, the shamans of the 12 shaman villages, also need to discuss this. After all, it's against the ancestral rules to ask a shaman who has no relationship with the new shaman king to be the shaman father. Reverend, what's the immortal formation that senior shaman emperor mentioned? Jianghu of the Wuxia village asked in a low voice. Well. Xiao Hua hesitated. After all, even the shaman kings didn't know about the immortal formation, how could these shamans know? But in the end, Xiao Hua still had the idea of working together, and told all the grand magi about the immortal formation. In the end, he said, I've already asked the grand magus, but he doesn't know much about it. I think there is no record of it in the millions of Meng mountains. Of course, if you have any clues about it, feel free to tell I. After all, there are hundreds of millions of lives in the 3 continents waiting to be saved. The shamans discussed in low voices, but no one spoke. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange. But just as he was about to speak, Jianghu of the Wuxia village said with embarrassment, Reverend, Senior Shaman Emperor, this junior usually likes to read shaman books, bones, and other things. What Senior said, this junior seems to have some impression. However, it's been too long, and this junior can't remember clearly what it is. When this junior returns to the Wuxia village, if I find anything, I'll definitely inform Senior. Hee, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Hua smiled and replied. However, he also knew how old the shaman of the Wuxia village was. He couldn't even remember what the shaman was, so he didn't dare to place too much hope on him. Since the shaman of the Wuxia village had spoken, the other shamans also expressed that they would go back and look carefully. Fellow Daoist. Daoist priest Wu looked around and asked, Where's Zai? Zai? Hearing this, Jianghu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had an inexplicable premonition. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I just arrived at the Huda village, and I haven't mentioned this to Jianghu yet. Hee, fellow Daoist, you must do what you promised Ziming. Daoist priest Wu said. Xiao Hua nodded, took out a soul tool from his bosom, and handed it to Jianghu. Shaman, this is the nether passage mirror that I damaged in the Huda palace in the Huda village. I have already repaired it, and now it's returned to you in perfect condition, which can be considered as fulfilling one of I's wishes. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, and thank you for all forms of support.